It's raining this evening over here at Paranormal M, but we will continue to unravel stories that defy logic. Subscribe and hit that notification bell. Keep pace with our latest enigmatic tales. We hope you're ready for a journey into the supernatural. Story number 1. If my mind's been playing tricks on me, it has one twisted sense of humor. Around 7 or 8 years ago, I went to a get-together at a friend's. Her name was Megan. Went to her house when her parents weren't home. It was a very nice house, but you could tell it was definitely an older home. There was even a laundry chute that would go down to the basement, which was apparently somewhere Megan and her family would rarely go. She decided that we all should go down there and play with the Ouija board. Oh no. We were all for it, even though none of us had done that before. The basement was dark and unfinished. You could look in any corner of the room and see a spider web. The only thing down there was the laundry chute and a wooden table with some chairs. Megan opened up the laundry chute and pulled out the Ouija board. The box was definitely old. We even had some jokes about it. She put everything together for us to start. We kept making jokes and not one of us took it seriously. Each one of my friends took a turn trying to ask a question, which none were serious about. The only one I remember was a friend asking, "Are you bald?" It was now my turn, and my question was, "Are you in this room?" There was no visible movement, but it felt as if there was a minimal amount of force being applied in one direction. It changed my entire demeanor, and I took my hand off of it. I had a very weird feeling, but played it off to my friends. Eventually we left, and we went our separate ways, but I still had an odd feeling for the rest of that night. This is when things started to get weird for real. When I got home, I almost immediately went to bed. I randomly woke up frightened a little after 4 a.m. I had that feeling like someone was watching me. My room at the time was in my parents' basement, which was a very open space, but very dark at night. The only light would be from the moonlight coming from the tiny basement windows that only made the middle of the room visible. The other parts of the room are as dark as you can imagine. I figured our cat made some noise and woke me up, so I just went back to sleep. The next night, the same thing happened. It's 4 a.m. and I immediately go back to bed, assuming that it was our cat again. Third night in a row, I wake up and across the room I thought I saw something move. I sat up and stared for what felt like minutes. Out of nowhere, I see something turn and walk around the corner and towards the stairs. I froze up and didn't move for probably 5 minutes. I convinced myself I was just tired. It was probably the cat, until I realized that he was at the end of my bed staring across the room with his eyes widened. I would continue to have this experience for 3-day increments every 1 or 2 months. 2 of the nights I had my only ever sleep paralysis experience, which wasn't a good time. My solution was to sleep upstairs on the couch, which I did for 6 months, and it worked. At this point, I started dating someone, and I would often visit her at her house in the middle of nowhere. She had a dog and lived with her mom and stepdad. I was with a friend, Nate, and headed to my girlfriend's house to drop off her purse. She had left it in my car earlier in the day. Nate has had conversations with me prior about the religion that they have. I think it was Wiccan, but I'm not positive. They told me that they practice daily and draw pentagrams with chalk and stuff. We pulled up to the house, and they stopped talking mid-sentence. I waited for them to say something, and they eventually said, "There's something bad in that house." I questioned what they meant or what they were even talking about. "I could feel it," they whispered. We dropped the purse off, and then they started explaining what it was to me. It looks for those who are vulnerable and feed off of negativity. It will cause you pain in many mysterious ways, and it destroys lives. It will only leave if it finds something better. Is it a demon? I asked. I guess you could call it that, they answered. Months go by and I'm still with my girlfriend at the time. I started noticing her stepdad being very strange. There was a night where he kept saying, "They're up to something." He took off with a loaded pistol on a motorcycle at 3:30 a.m. He's yelled at every car that passes his house because they have apparently been watching him. He busted my girlfriend's door off the hinges once and yelled, "They're doing what they did in Russia." Then got on his motorcycle and drove off. There are other things that he's done that are probably too dark for me to mention on here. Just take my word for it. He's hurt many people in many and very sickening ways. My girlfriend at the time told me that he wasn't like this until I came around. I also stopped just waking in the middle of the night and I started to sleep back in my own bed. So was there really something bad feeding off of me? I really don't know what I believe. If anything, it was some strange circumstances. Present day. My girlfriend at the time had 2 daughters. I currently have full custody because she kept bringing the kids over to her stepdad against court orders. Which, by the way, the most recent thing I heard is he lives in a trailer out in the woods, so people will stop watching him. Story number 2. Something jiggled my doorknob. This has just happened approximately 15 minutes ago and completely freaked me out. Feeling under the weather today, and I left work early. Came home and took a nap on the couch. I then got up to fix some soup and watch some Netflix before taking another small nap. I get up from the couch to get a glass of water, and as I'm making my way to the kitchen, I hear someone jiggling my front doorknob. My doors are locked because my mother has a tendency to swing by unannounced. My cat immediately ran to the front door to greet the visitor. As I turn the corner of the kitchen or entryway, I see a small head full of short black hair ducking out of sight of the door's window. I quickly open the door, ready to have a stern talk with the child, but no one's there. My door opens to 3 steps and a wide parking lot. Nowhere for anybody to hide in that small amount of time. It was literally seconds between the jiggling and me opening the door. The little head of dark hair spooked me, and now I'm hiding underneath the blankets in my bedroom. No nap for me this afternoon. Story number 3. My mother's phone call with a medium. My mother called me today. She had scheduled a phone call with a well-known medium in our town. I don't believe in mediums. I believe they're masters of cold reading and extrapolation on something, one says. But I listened out of politeness and respect of my mother's beliefs without belittling her. Before I relate this story, I must tell you about my brother. He's 34 years old, 5 years younger than me. About 2 years ago, he turned his life around, studied to be an electrician and was working in that field and seemed to enjoy it. My brother is a very secretive person that keeps to himself and has a hard time opening up to us and letting us know about things in his life. I let him be, but our mother nags him constantly, worries about him too much, and sometimes he gets fed up with her about it. So it came as no surprise to me that when he reorientated his short electrician career to drive, didn't tell her about it, to drive semis, He feels as if she will worry even more about his financial situation, and he doesn't want her to worry needlessly. So my father and I are the only ones to know about him being in school right now, out of town 3 hours away to learn how to be a truck driver. My mother still thinks he works as an electrician. So back to our story. My mother tells me about her phone call with the medium. The medium has asked her to prepare semi-vague questions about naming any names, my mother's relation with them, basically the least amount of info possible. The medium told my mother about a few things about our family, a lot of which was quite spot on. Me working too much and having no social life. She spoke about my mother considering gastric bypass surgery, which I've been asking her to talk to her doctor about, and a bunch of other small interesting things that could fit what you're going through as a family. But the best bit was when my mother asked her, "Is my son happy?" The medium told her, "Your son is going through a career change right now. I see him driving something much bigger than a pickup truck. I see trees, a forest, and dirt roads. We live in a remote area where wood trucks haul from the local forests in the United States." She told my mother that this is where my brother would find his happiness. Now, my mother still thinks he works as an electrician, but I know this is not the case, and this woman, unknown to us, being so spot on, gave me the chills. Story number 4. A quick little story about my grandmother's passing. I work in a public elderly home. Death is part of our work on a daily basis, and sometimes odd things happen in this department. My grandmother, who was a resident here for the past 4 years, passed away peacefully Saturday morning. While she was under palliative sedation, I always asked her to send me a little sign when she passed, to let me know that she made it okay to the other side. Today, as I came into work, I got a few things started for my boss and our busy upcoming week. We had a nice big coffee, and as these things tend to go, I had to use the bathroom, so off I went. All of the employee rooms here are locked with a barrel bolt that's higher up on the door so our residents can't reach and go rummage through the employees' clothes and jackets. So I unlock the bolt to go in, but before I even enter the bathroom, I hear the faucet running full force. I knock to make my presence known, but no one is answering. I step into the bathroom. There's no one. I like to think that it was my grandma saying hi. Story number 5. Shadow Man. Ex-husband had the same dream as me. Pictures started falling off of the walls. These events happened in 2016, a year after we moved into our home. First event. One day I woke up yelling and screaming as I had a bad dream about a woman dressed in a striped t-shirt with dark brown hair that was banging on our apartment door with a bat, yelling and threatening to kill us. I could hear those bangings so loud with an echo in my head that I instantly woke up. Then I started telling my ex-husband the first part of the dream without any details on how the woman looked, and he said, "She had stripes. She has dark hair and she has a baseball bat." I freaked out. Then I proceeded to ask him more about this. How did he know that, even though I guess he said that he had a similar dream that night. And the woman said she'd kill us both, and we couldn't hide. After this discussion, I started bringing up to him that we needed to discuss this with the priest to come to a clean sort of house. But he brushed it off and felt irritated that I insisted on the topic, so I didn't go to church to talk to the priest. Fast forward 2 weeks later, and we had an argument, and I decided to sleep in the living room on the couch. Our apartment has the living room and the bedroom next to each other, and the bedroom door is always opened. So I fall asleep, and all of a sudden I feel as if I'm being watched, so I open my eyes, and I see a black shadowy figure with red eyes bending its knees and leaning forward to approach my face. I panicked, so for 5 or so seconds I wasn't able to do anything, but then I started crying and calling my then husband. As I did that, he was already coming to me and said he felt someone inside. He heard steps in the apartment minutes before I started yelling. There was no one in the room that he could see. The third event happened a few months after the previous ones, and it happened while I was alone, and he was in another city for work. It was around 1 a.m. and I decided to go to sleep, but then I heard a loud bang. I went outside the bedroom to find my picture that was on the wall of the hall of the living room floor. I placed it back where it was hanging, and again the nail and I closed the door this time to the bedroom, so a few more minutes pass. And then I hear another loud banging. I was terrified and I started getting goosebumps, so I finally had the courage to open the door and look to see my picture again on the floor. But this time the frame was shattered. I left it there, went back to the bedroom and closed the door. I stayed wide awake until morning came, and I called my mom crying for advice. She said I should use holy water and incense and say a prayer and go through all the rooms. So I did. Nothing happened for a while until another day, another few months ago, other pictures started to fall. And that was the moment when I called a priest. So he came by, said some prayers, cleaned the house. Nothing bad happened after that, except for a thing I remembered since I was a kid. I remember my parents used to drop me at my grandmother's while they were at work, and I would usually stay with my aunt, my dad's sister, while Grandma did grocery shopping and went to the church. Sometimes I would hear my aunt in the bathroom talking on 3 voices, summoning the devil and saying things like, "Kill his family, make them sick, no one should live, my brother and his wife and his children have to die." I once told my grandma, but she didn't believe me, so I told her, I told her to fake that. Excuse me, I'm just reading what's here. She didn't believe me, so I told her to fake that. Oh. I think they mean, I once told my grandma, but she didn't believe me, so I told her to fake that she left the house and to come back in 30 minutes or so quietly so she could hear herself. She did, and heard what my aunt did as well, so she started banging on the bathroom door and yelled at my aunt. My aunt got out as if nothing happened, just as she did before when me and her were alone, and proceeded with her day. I guess she was into black magic because she used to tell me witches were real, and sometimes she tried to talk about weird stuff. Black egg spells, witchcraft, and all that. I always interrupted her and told her that we don't discuss that sort of stuff at home, and I was afraid to hear them. This is where things get crazier. My aunt stopped doing these things for years, and all of a sudden during that time when I experienced that, my grandma would complain to my mom about my aunt starting to do those weird things in the bathroom again. My mom knew I would freak out if she just said, and decided to brush it off until I called her in that morning. Mind you that this time my aunt was saying things about me and my then husband. May they both get sick and die, never see the daylight again, so on and so forth. I don't know why she did that. We had never had an argument, and she always said how much she loved me. Also, my dad had a pretty good relationship with her until these events happened, and he started to distance himself from her. Sounds like a good idea. Story number 6. Long green forearm. My brother and I started talking about some strange things we've experienced over our life tonight, and one of them in particular has been really bothering me. So, I created a Reddit account, hoping someone here can give me any insight into what they think happened, or what this could possibly be. Any explanation that would help really make any sense of it. This happened almost 20 years ago, but everyone who is present can recall this event happening. My brother and I would spend a lot of our time at my aunt's house, who lived just up the road from our house. We have 2 cousins who were close in age and had a whole house filled with toys that we could all play with, so we often spent most of our time there. I'd say more than a few strange things in general happened there, but this one in particular is just so eerie. My brother was 6 years old, my younger cousin was 8, and I was 11 at the time. I was with my aunt in the kitchen making dinner sometime between 6 and 8 p.m. That was when this happened. But I asked my brother for a detailed version of exactly what him and my cousin experienced. My brother and my cousin were in my aunt's bedroom, sitting on the floor, playing with Dragon Ball Z action figure toys, leaning against the foot of the bed. All of a sudden, my cousin screamed. My brother looked over to see why he screamed, and in the space between them, he saw a long, green, almost neon forearm and hand coming out of the hardwood floor at the foot of the bed. This thing was almost 2 feet in height in total. The entire thing was massive, but the hand was really large. He described it as an inhuman hand, maybe about 8 inches in length, and the hand opened up in front of them, fist to open hand. At this point, maybe a minute or so after my cousin's first scream, they both started screaming and jumped into the bed and underneath the covers. From my point of view, we heard them scream a few times from the kitchen, but there were 4 children in the house all the time. We were always screaming. My aunt stopped cooking and we went back to check what was going on. I recall going into the room and hearing them freaking out and explain the story to us, but I thought it was a big joke and didn't pay much attention. My cousin was especially upset, and my aunt was really worried and told the 2 of them to play in the living room connected to the kitchen, so that way they would be within eyesight. I never really thought much of it, to be honest. I remember hearing from my aunt that my cousin saw the floating, mysterious arm a few more times in different places in the house, but I really thought of it as some big joke that the 2 of them were playing, until now, when my brother and I started talking about it. He still remembers vividly what happened. Can't explain it. While we were talking, I was like, "Did you ever look into this at all?" And he laughed and said, "What, like Google?" So I started searching, and the only thing I could find were 2 posts on Reddit about it. If anyone else has experienced this or has any idea of what it could be or what could have happened, I'd love to know. Story number 7. Was it a gnome or another entity? It has been many years, but I've never forgotten this experience. What made me remember it today, couldn't tell you. I've had more encounters with the paranormal in my lifetime than I can even count. But this one specifically still boggles my mind. I was about 5 years old, 30 now. The details are still so vivid. I was living in the suburbs of Chicago. 2-story, mid-econ house with a big back privacy fenced-in yard for what it was worth there. Nothing fancy, just comfortable. The ground floor was the garage and basement living room area with a small bathroom. This level was built against a small incline, meaning the front of the house was at ground level. However, the back was about 3 to 4 feet into the incline. Tornado Alley Protection 101. The second floor was living quarters. This means that the deck out of the kitchen was elevated roughly 5 feet from the ground in the backyard. Stairs running parallel along the back of the porch and lattice surrounding the bottom for winter furniture storage. Seeing as it was summer, all of the furniture was actually on the porch. One day I was playing by myself in the backyard. It was gray, with no sunlight to be found, but not anything I would describe as dreary. I don't actually recall if it was supposed to rain or not. I simply went outside, to simply be outside. I hopped on a swing on my swing set. You know, basic 90s 2-swing and 4-foot slide setup. I was simply swinging and I felt a breeze. But this breeze sent a chill up my spine. I heard the lilac bushes in front of me rustle. The breeze came from behind me, but the bushes went from right to left, where the stairs to the porch were. Somewhere in these couple seconds, I stopped my momentum of swinging abruptly. Remember when you were in, grade school in the playground and you had your momentum but dug those heels in for that abrupt stop that jarred you in your heels, dragged your toes, and felt it in your calf? Yeah, that. I knew I couldn't scream, so I simply got up and went toward the stairs, maybe 25 feet away. Once I was halfway there, I heard this growl, unlike anything I'd ever heard before. To this day, even in movies, I stopped dead in my tracks, petrified. I knew I couldn't run around either my side of my house or anything, and truly in my gut, the front door was on the opposite side of the house, and I would have to run-on sentence, and I would have to had unlocked 2 locks on the privacy fence either way if I went. It was too far for my little legs. I to this day have no idea how I could have known that at this age, so I ran up the stairs. As I was running up the stairs, I looked underneath the porch. Being a lattice was there was more than enough room for the ability to see. Why I looked, I'll never really know. It was maybe the 3rd stair when I turned, despite being terrified, despite feeling this. What I've come to find out later in life was dark energy. I stopped and I turned. No more than 5 feet away from me was a small person, no more than 2.5 feet tall, a male wearing black. The best I can describe, tattered clothing, I guess. I think Dobby's wear, but in black, meets mummy wrap. His face was concealed in a small portion. I can't describe all the details, but he was clothed in what I remember to be a shirt gown. And there was a headpiece. I keep trying to rattle my mind if it was a wrap or a hat, but I feel like that was a pretty minuscule detail at this point. Maybe he did have pants. Maybe it was a hat. Maybe he was even wearing shoes. I was too distracted seeing his eyes. Black. Black with a yellow tinge. It was probably all of 3 seconds, but it felt like a lifetime. I don't know how or why, but the next thing I knew, my feet were running up the stairs toward the house. As I was rounding the top couple of steps, I felt something try to grab my ankle. Somehow I got away, and I ran straight into the kitchen, locking the door right behind me. My mother turned around to me, crying. I told her there was something out there, something underneath the deck. A little person, a bad person. She's scary. However, this came out to her. She told me that it was a raccoon, nothing to be afraid of. Thunder. Dad, same thing. I knew and still know it was not a raccoon. For years, I never walked down those stairs afraid that somebody would grab my ankle. Or even played in the yard without a parent. I never even went on that deck. If I did, I was peeping through the cracks first, and there was still a parent present. I even stopped going into the basement. That looming feeling never left me any time I was near that porch. It always carried into the basement. Though that actually could have been a child's fear talking. That feeling. An indescribable sensation of darkness. But I remember it, to this day, with so much detail. Story number 8. Ask Reddit. I know you asked for police and firefighters and first responder responses. I just had to share this story, though. I'm a cable technician for Comcast in Portland, Oregon, and Vancouver, Washington area. I was working close to downtown Portland a few years ago when I had a job for an installation of our products at a Roman-style apartment. You know the kind. The building is square with a huge common court in the center. I was training a new employee, so he was riding along with me. We get to the residence and meet with the really sweet older woman, and she explained what she wanted, and then asked what we should do with her satellite equipment. Working for Comcast, I said I have no clue. She then explained that she was originally going to have a satellite, but when the technician came to do the install, he had to run new lines to her apartment to provide her service. He went into the basement, and where her apartment is, the basement has one access that's padlocked and bolted shut. The original owner of the building had done this, and the new owner didn't know why. Anyway, the tech goes down to do work, leaving the equipment in the customer's apartment to install once all the lines are ran. Hours pass, and she heard nothing from the satellite tech. She goes to look for him. His truck is gone, his tools and the cables are all in the basement. She called the company, and she had requested service from, and was told that the technician left and refused to go back to the building. No explanation was given. That's what she was told. Now I'm there, and I notice I have to run new lines. So I take the new employee, leave my equipment. Her apartment is there, all my stuff's in there, and I proceed to the basement. Here is where I started feeling really off, and honestly a little bit scared. As she got to the door that was barred and padlocked, I had my headlamp and my Maglite Mini on hand. As I opened the door, I noticed it was pitch black, and I mean dark. My new employee refused to go in. I walked in, and first off, the creepiest thing I've ever seen was a huge boiler, like the heart of the house in the movie Monster House. Anyway, I had to go to the far side of the basement to run the cable and attach it to the overhead beams. I felt a severe apprehension at being in there, like someone was staring murder at me. The new tech left me down there taking one of the lights with him. So I started talking to myself, apologizing for being in the space, and I wouldn't be there too long. I was apologizing for shit I did when I was just 5, just to apologize. And I felt that maybe that was what was needed. I was a little more than a halfway bit done. I still was apologizing when I was forcefully pushed into the wall in front of me. I finished my work, quickly backed out of the room, and when I got back out of the basement, my heart was pounding and my back started to burn. I asked Jacob to look at my back, and he saw what looked like hot spots on my back. He put his fingers up, and they matched fingertips there. There were like 10, like I was pushed. I told him what happened. He sat in the truck and quit the next day. As much as that was scary, it was the coolest thing to ever have happened to me. Story number 9. Ask Reddit. I was in my teens, attending some event where I was more or less unsupervised. I was hanging out in the venue, waiting for the event to start. There was a pretty good-sized crowd, a couple thousand people, most of them in small groups. As I was waiting and people watching, I noticed this guy walking around in the crowd. No one was really looking at him, but they were getting out of his way as he walked, instead of the other way around. And as I was noticing this and thinking how odd it was, suddenly he looks over at me. Then he came over, with the crowd parting around him but not paying any attention to him, and talked to me for a bit. Here's where it gets really strange. I don't really know what we talked about, but I don't really know what he looked at. I remember he was male, taller than me, no great feet. I'm kind of short. And I think he had dark hair, kind of longish. I think I specifically remember his hair because I was actively trying to remember something about him. So I was concentrating on what his hair looked like to see if I could even remember it. And I think he noticed somehow, because in the middle of our conversation he said something like, Don't do that. Not in a menacing way, but just as a casual, "you're being rude" sort of comment. And I think we may have gone somewhere briefly, because I have a vague sense of being somewhere away from the crowd, although I don't know where, and I don't remember going anywhere with him or coming back. There's no big payoff to this story. At some point, I was just alone again. I went to the event, had a good time, and at some point after I was home, I noticed I had a pretty good-sized scratch on my arm. It didn't look like something you'd get scraping up against a nail or playing with a dog, mind you. It looked more like an incision, not long, but fairly deep. It didn't hurt unless I noticed it, and it was hard to notice it. I feel like it must have healed pretty quickly, or else I just didn't notice it healing. I had a scar for a few years, but not anymore. In my mind, the man and the scratch are linked, but I don't actually know if they are, or what, if any, there are any real things to do about it. But I've always kind of low-key wondered if I met a vampire that night. What was under my attic window? Story number 10. So this story is from a while back, and I'm still confused as to what had happened those couple of nights. Let me set the scene. When I was younger, my parents would send me up to Russia to visit family. I would after that spend the whole summer at the family dacha. D-A-C-H-A. This was deep into the woods, quite a bit away from the nearest city. But the dacha itself was in what is best described as a small village of about 16 or so streets with 2 major roads between the sections. These major roads weren't paved or anything, they were just the biggest. So this was where most people would drive their cars. Then after the 2 major roads was miles and miles of deep Russian woods. Our dacha was technically 1 floor, but you could go up into the attic, which had 2 small rooms. This would be where I slept. That year was one of the years when FIFA was playing. I remember this vividly because the first night I was lying in the attic listening to my extended family shout and laugh over the gameplay. Finally, after what felt like forever, the game ended and everyone went off to bed. I, however, in my infinite wisdom, decided to stay up. What was I doing? Who knows, but I was awake. That night was a hot night, unusually hot, so I had both windows open to allow a breeze to go throughout the 2 rooms. At some point I'd realized that I needed to use the bathroom. This was an issue, seeing as the bathroom was outside on the whole other side of the property. As I was about to get up, I had a wave of nausea hit me. Lying back down, I then noticed an odd noise. Hooves. They were distant at first, but then grew louder. While I could have easily written off the noise, none of the elk, deer, or even moose would go anywhere near the settlement. As the noise came closer, I couldn't satiate my curiosity, so I slowly inched up in my bed. As I was about to move the curtain, I had a sense of dread come over me. I was terrified of what I really had no clue. As I pondered, I realized that the sound of hooves was right under my window. They paced in a circle underneath and wouldn't leave. There was no curiosity left within me, just confusion and that continued feeling of terror. I inched my way back down in bed and lay under the thick covers as I tried to fall asleep. I stayed that way till the first sign of light, at which point the sound disappeared. I remember not if they walked away or if the sound just dissipated. Either way, it was odd. By the time everyone was up, I thought nothing of it and I just felt a strange occurrence. Then came night. Once everyone was asleep, the sound returned, and with it, the terror. By morning it was gone, and being the young teen that I was at the time, I ignored it still. The next night came again, under my window, and paced as I lay in bed, shivering underneath the covers, listening to whatever it was walk in circles. By morning it was gone, though. 3 nights was enough for young me, and after that, instead of telling anyone, I decided to just go to sleep before everyone else. After that night, I didn't hear anything, but I cannot tell you if it didn't come back, or I just didn't wake up to it. Story number 11. Encounters in Dreamland. A few months after my grandfather passed in 2016, I had extremely vivid dreams about him. In these dreams, my truck had broken down at night, and I was trying to call my in-laws for help. After the cell rang a few times, I heard my grandfather's voice. I looked down at the phone in disbelief, and it was like we were FaceTiming. I'm staring at him through the phone one moment, and the next thing I know, I'm not in the truck. I found myself in something that resembled a basement apartment. My grandfather looked and sounded like himself, but visually he looked like he did in the 90s. He changes his style up every so often, but this was 90s Papa for sure. I asked him if he knows that he passed away, to which he replied, "Don't worry about all that. I want you to know everything's going to be all right." He kept repeating himself and then led me out of the apartment. When we walk out, it was a beautiful, never-ending field with a large tree to my left. It almost looked like a cookout, not gonna lie. But there were several people standing and chatting underneath this massive tree. I only recognized my great-grandfather, who passed years prior, but I was able to make out a few faces. When I woke up, I was shivering and sobbing. It was so good to hear his voice again. At any rate, I'm explaining it to my grandmother, and she's amazed because one of the people I described was a brother that she had that died in the early 1960s. I was born in '88. Sadly, I've never had the dream again. I was speaking with my cousin the other night, and he tells me about a dream that he had. In it, my grandfather was lying in bed in the apartment that I grew up in, when my cousin started crying. He told my cousin, "Everything will be all right, it'll work out." Of course, it brought me to tears, but it made me feel a lot better that someone else had had an experience like mine. I would love to dream and hear him again, but I never remember my dreams. So irritating. Anyway, I just wanted to hear other encounters people have had in their sleep and share my own. Story number 12. I made a spirit mad by taking the internet away. Background. I live in an apartment complex built in the 1950s but recently renovated. LA County. I recently moved my computer desk from my dining area into the bedroom to make room for my girlfriend's dining set. A couple days later, I was laying on the couch watching TV before going to bed. The kitchen light randomly turned on. I didn't think much of it. I figured it was just a weird power surge. The kitchen light uses a button instead of an on-off switch. Then last Saturday night, my girlfriend and I were watching Paranormal Activity movies in the dark. And it turned on again. I thought it was funny timing. I turned it back off. I took my dog for a short evening walk. I came in and she just turned on again. So we turned it off. And she used the bathroom, turned on again. And at this point, I make a joke along the lines of, "They're mad I took the computer away and they can't watch porn anymore." The light turned on again. We said out loud, "Okay, we get it. Please stop turning the light on. The computer and internet are in the bedroom now." The light never came on again. This is the first time anything like this has ever happened. I don't think I can believe something in this apartment was actually upset about where my computer was plugged in. But the timing with the things that we said out loud was really funny. Might be a weird power issue affecting the light because our complex is running industrial fans like 24/7. Story number 13. Footsteps. I've never seen anything inexplicable that I can remember, but I do hear things that puzzle me. For years, I worked at a law firm in an older building. Every so often, employees, including me, would hear the sound of a woman's footsteps walking up a hallway. There was a door leading outside at the end of the hallway, toward the inner office. I say woman's footsteps because it sounded like high heels. The footsteps would fade away about halfway up the hallway, and there was never anyone there. After a while, I came up with a theory. Perhaps there was a woman who walked by the office some days and her footsteps seemed to be inside of the building even though she was outside. The building did have weird acoustics, so this seemed like a possibility. At times, the footsteps seemed to be muffled or a bit faint, so this helped bolster my theory, I thought. One morning, I was in the office alone, standing at the copier, and I realized that the door at the end of that hallway had just opened because the traffic sounds suddenly got louder. Then I heard footsteps. I rushed over to peer down the hallway. No one was there and the door was closed. I had no explanation for this other than an oral hallucination. One other odd thing related to that same hallway. One day I was headed back to the kitchen, and on my way I glanced towards the door at the end of the hallway. I saw a man wearing a brown overcoat and a muffler standing in front of the door, his arms down at his sides, just staring into the office. His face seemed blurred. Maybe I just didn't look at it closely. After that, the footsteps weren't heard, except for some on the second floor, which was also unoccupied. Lastly, a legal assistant stayed late one night and heard what sounded like a power tool, like a drill, being used in the back of the building. She thought her handyman must have been working on something, but when she checked, there was nobody there. She quickly left after that. Story number 14. Has anyone else experienced this? So this has happened a few times now. But is it paranormal or coincidence? I suppose it remains to be seen. I've only had this happen twice, and both times were as clear as someone speaking it face to face. The first experience was when I was in bed and just drifting off to sleep. This was our first night in our new house. The voice said, "Happy to have you," right in my ear, and to the point that I could almost feel the breath. The second time I was worrying, and about a week ago, and I was in a deep sleep. I usually have very vivid dreams, but this particular night the only thing that I can remember was this one voice that said, 20th of the 12th car accident. As I mentioned before, I was in a deep sleep, but when it was said, something inside me screamed, "Remember it." The next day, and late on in the day for that matter, it hit me that what was said, and ever since I can't stop thinking about it. It didn't say who or what year, so I could just be a random weird dream thing. It does kind of have Final Destination vibes to it, though. My question is, has anyone ever had anything like this happen to them? And was there any truth in your own dream message? For me, always. Story number 15. Story time, weird childhood memory. I've always had this memory that was just there. A couple years back, I'm in my 30s now, I really thought about it and realized that this was not a normal memory. I was born in Oregon. This is in the USA, and only lived there until I was 3. My parents were staying with my grandparents almost all the time. I assumed to help with me. I remembered their house very well. They had a huge row of windows that gave a massive view of tall trees behind their house. They had horses that roamed, and once they even woke me to go to a family of deer that was hanging out in the middle of the night. It was snowing, just a stunning scene. Anyway, one morning, I guess I jailbroke out of my crib and found my way to that living room. In my memory, there's a teddy bear, and he's telling me all about UFOs, I assume flying ships, and how they fly, that they come watch us, and like to see us do whatever we did. I don't think I understood a lot of what he, sounded like a he, was saying. The memory's pretty fuzzy now. But we were sitting by my grandparents' old vinyl collection, and he was telling me his quote-unquote ship was like this, pointing at one out of its sleeve, one of the records, and would spin when it flew. I got the bright idea to take the vinyls and start tossing them. My dad heard the commotion and came out. He took one look at me and put his hand on his hips. He was wearing his red robe, very 90s. He put me back to bed. It was always just a normal memory until I realized a talking teddy bear was not normal. Thought y'all might enjoy. Never had an imaginary friend, and my mom said I never mentioned this or anything like it to her. I found pictures of that dang red robe after my dad passed. Mom said he wore that thing for years. Story number 16. Homeless Ghost. A couple of days ago, September 12th of 2023, I was in Nashville, Tennessee with my girlfriend and her son to attend a concert. Instead of paying the $75 parking fee, we found a spot that was about a 20-minute walk away from the venue. As we were getting close to the intersection of 6th Ave and Ewing, I noticed a disheveled man across the street in a parking lot to my left, walking briskly in our direction. I assumed he was homeless based on 1, his appearance, 2, that the rescue mission was on the other side of the parking lot. It was just a quick glance, and I returned my gaze back to the direction we were going. A few seconds later, we reached the crosswalk. As we were waiting for our signal to cross the street, I turned to see if he was actually going to approach us, and he was nowhere to be found. I said something about it, and neither my girlfriend or her son saw the man. I described him, a squat, stoutly built guy with close-cropped dark hair with a touch of gray, a goatee with a mustache that didn't quite connect, like Orlando Bloom sported in Pirates of the Caribbean. And a few days of stubble, meth mouth, a drab-colored-looking undershirt, gray camo cargo shorts, a dingy white sock scrunched down, and gray shoes with a pop of red on them. They both say the other 3 people I saw in the parking lot. Or rather, they both say the other 3 people I saw in the parking lot. 1 woman sitting in a low white collar. This is written strangely. They both say the other 3 people I saw in the parking lot. 1 woman sitting on the low white cinder block wall that surrounded the lot, and 2 other women walking along talking to each other. I know what I saw. Oh, I guess they just said that they saw just these people there. But we're not seeing the man that he was describing. But I know what I saw, and there's no way that a living person could just disappear like that. Also, he couldn't have made it back to the mission in that short amount of time, as he was much closer to us than he was to the mission. Story number 17. Flash of Lights. Incident 1. Me and my girlfriend were having an all-nighter, so beforehand we took a nap to have enough energy to stay awake throughout the night, because she was hearing footsteps. and I was wanting to experience those footsteps to see if she was lying. 2:30, the footsteps started, just as she said they would. They last for around 30 minutes. I open the door and see nothing. Confirmed ghost. Pretty rad. At around 3:50, we were playing on our phones and started a conversation. A bright flash of light lit up the room for maybe half a second, which was really weird because we were on the 3rd story of an end of apartments where no street lights or car lights would be hitting us. We freak out a little, go to bed, and the rest is history. Incident 2. Around 30 minutes ago, we're laying down and she notices lights flashing from the top 1/3 of her door, which isn't possible because the only lights are extremely bright, and the car lights would never hit at that sort of angle. And it was the same blue-esque light, just not as bright. We're both believers, and she definitely sees activity often, which I never believed until she proved to me that those things were really happening. Story number 18. I know it's probably nothing, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched in my apartment. Okay, so for context, I used to live in a house in Arizona I believed to be haunted by a little girl. Late at night when my son was asleep, wife at work, and me in my home office, I would hear a little girl giggle every now and then. I would sometimes hear footsteps in the attic area. No room to move around as it was mostly HVAC up there, very little open space. There was also what sounded like walking in the hallway. I had to get up and make sure my son was still in bed, and he always was. I actually saw her once, though. As I was working, I saw what looked like a child walk past my office door. On top of that, my son would tell my wife and I about the girl in the closet. Never caught it on camera. Did catch an orb once, but I don't personally subscribe to every orb is a ghost rhetoric. Anyway, I always felt as if something was watching me, especially in the hallway and in my office and son's room. Fast forward about a year and a half. I now live in a small apartment in Texas. I've lived in the apartment since June of 2022. At first, everything was fine. However, over the last 9 months or so, I've begun to have those feelings that there's a presence in my apartment. Every now and then, when my wife is at work, son in bed, and I'm working, I feel like someone is watching me. On my nights off, I will sometimes hear noises in the hallway, tapping and even shuffling. It could be explained that my son is shifting in bed, or that the ceiling fan is shaking, but I know where the sound is coming from, the hallway itself. The eerie feelings in the hallway and my son's room have returned as well. Like I said, I know it's probably nothing, but it's eerie. I'm not scared of it, but I just can't shake the feeling that this little girl has followed us. Yes, if you're wondering, my son does still talk about a person, not a girl anymore, just a person in his closet. I see him talking to himself sometimes while looking toward the closet itself, and even gesturing towards it. Story number 19. Seeing a pale person in my closet. This basically all started and ended when I was younger. The closet in my childhood room had no sliding doors and was very wide, but not a walk-in closet. Around the early years, I was in elementary school and I was starting to see my cousin in the closet itself. I mean, not my actual real cousin, but a kind of ghost version of them. They always had their eyes closed and they were very pale. And when I say pale, I mean they looked like a white statue. Everything was white. And my window being opposite of the room made the moonlight bounce off of them and made them glow. Very creepy and daunting to see when I was just a kid. Usually I would ignore it and just pretend that it wasn't there by hiding underneath my covers. Other times, after that, I've been staring at it for a while and it would open its eyes so quickly and stare straight into mine. I was so scared I would work up the courage and run past it out of my room and straight into my parents' room. After a while, I forced my dad to put a blanket over that part of my room and I never saw it again. I then switched rooms with my sibling as well. I guess the kind of vibe that room just got to me. Is this normal to see as a child? I did forget about it for a while, until a year or two ago. I found out something bad was happening to my cousin around the same time I was seeing their ghost in my closet. And then I couldn't stop thinking about it. Was I seeing them for a reason? Was this a way to warn me about what was happening to them? I can't really imagine that, though, because we were both kids at the time. How can I help them when I was just a kid? This has been causing a lot of guilt as well, because I feel like I should have somehow known what was going on with them. Has anyone else had some kind of experience as this? Am I making up this connection? How can I stop thinking about this and stop feeling so weird about it? Fiance's first experience in my home, and we would love to hear what others have to say about this. Here's some context first. I moved into my college house when I was 19 years old. The house was built in 1926, and I live in a pretty sketchy area. I will hear, see, feel things somewhat frequently in the home. It's an old house. I'll normally just say out loud that this is my home. I don't welcome anything negative here, whatever, and then I won't have any other experiences for a few months. I've only ever truly been scared inside the house once. I was in the bathroom getting ready for a date, and I saw and heard the doorknob of the bathroom jiggle, like someone was trying to come in. I, a 25-year-old female, assumed my fiancé, a 27-year-old male, was just picking on me. I opened the door and he wasn't there. He was in his office playing on the computer. I've told my fiancé multiple times about seeing and hearing things. I very frequently get that feeling in the back of my neck like someone is in the room with me when I'm alone, or that I'm being watched. He always just laughs and never believes me, until this morning. We were both upstairs in bed. I was asleep. He was lying awake on his phone. Both of our dogs were asleep in our bed as well. There was a loud thud at about 3:30, maybe just before it. It woke me and the dogs up. One of our dogs barked once, and the second was growling. My fiancé immediately jumped up, looked out the window, didn't see anything. He stepped out of the room and he came back in, grabbed his gun, and told me to call the cops. The look on his face when he came back in the room told me everything I needed to know. Somebody was in our house. I called the cops, we both armed ourselves, and we stayed on the line with the operator. He assists and has heard and felt someone walking around downstairs. So much so that he had me call the police, and he would never do that if he didn't genuinely think somebody was in here. It took less than 5 minutes for 3 cops to arrive, and they had us meet them on the front porch. They came through and cleared the whole house, other than the room that had the dogs in it. Nothing. Couldn't find anything that could have made the noise. All of the doors were dead-bolted. Nothing downstairs was touched. Robot vacuum was stuck in the corner, but it wouldn't have made a noise that loud. And I went and checked the app, and it had shut off at 3 a.m. on the dot. We looked everywhere ourselves. Couldn't find anything or replicate the noise at all. He stood at the top of the steps and had me walk through the house. And he said it sounded exactly like when I was walking, as if I was trying to sneak through the house, coming from the living room into the dining room. We can't explain it at all. We're used to hearing bangs and stuff outside, and creaks in the house because it's old. But he said it sounded and felt exactly like someone was walking around downstairs, and the initial thud sounded like someone slamming on one of the doors downstairs with a vibration through the house. That makes sense. We do have cameras, and they didn't pick up any movement, unfortunately. One more thing to note. He and I had just talked on Sunday afternoon about how I'm convinced the house is haunted, and he denounced it entirely. So what are the odds that this would have happened at 3:30 a.m. the following morning, when only he is awake? Step into the world of mysteries with us here at Paranormal M. We bring you stories that'll make you rethink the limits of human understanding. Don't forget to subscribe. Throw some comments down there. And also activate notifications to stay current with our latest mind-bending narratives. We hope you have an enlightening time listening. Story number 1. An encounter and weird instances in my old apartment. I was a minor when all of this happened. Take it with a grain of salt if you'd like to. At the time, I lived with my father, stepmother, and siblings in a triplex apartment. Our family dynamic was quite abusive and unsettling. To top it off, our apartment seemed to harbor eerie occurrences, including the inexplicable sound of dining room chairs dragging at night, and footsteps on the staircase when everyone was asleep. 3 incidents particularly shook me. Firstly, I frequently experienced sleep paralysis and lucid dreams. One of the dreams took place within the old colonial building that we resided in. Strangely, I felt completely normal in this dream, just casually walking around, despite the odd ambience of the setting. It was weird because the lift was working. It never worked when we lived there. The wall paint looked newer in comparison to the doors to each apartment. They all looked different. Almost like I went years back. The most terrifying incident happened when my father and stepmother went on a trip, leaving us alone with an older cousin. One night while I was alone in my room with the lights off, the TV was on with very loud music, I saw a woman. She was stunningly beautiful, but otherworldly, with curly hair, black eyes, dilated pupils, and olive skin. She just kept staring at me, and I froze. Her gaze sent chills down my spine. I couldn't discern whether it was malicious or simply empty. I screamed and fled my room, seeking refuge with my cousin, who immediately rang my uncle and aunt, who stayed with us that night. Sometimes our stereo would turn on by itself, blaring at maximum volume. Eventually, we moved to a larger place, but years later when we returned to this old apartment, strange events persisted. This time I didn't see any apparitions, but I heard my guitar strings being played, and some whistling, all originating from my room where I first saw her. I was not alone, so I knew I wasn't imagining these occurrences. To this day, I regret not discovering the identity of that mysterious woman, or whatever she was. As an adult, my curiosity about that encounter has only grown. She was one of the few ghosts that I ever did see. Story number 2. Silent Rock MT, Hood, Oregon. I mainly joined to see what I could find on Silent Rock, and it wasn't much. I grew up in a small town 15 miles from Silent Rock, which is on Highway 26, heading up to Mount Hood, Oregon. I've heard all the stories growing up. There's plenty from Native American burial grounds, many deaths, and strange occurrences. If you're from here, you'll know when you get close to the rock you're supposed to turn your music off and not talk until you pass, or something horrible might happen to you. Something did almost happen to me, and it was a miracle I made it down the mountain. But that's not why I'm writing this. Nobody has ever ventured below the rock. Kinda hard to get, but one day I decided I would attempt to get there. I hiked down and made it. I brought a trail cam, a compass, and a few other items. I didn't get any weird quote-unquote feels when I was down there, but my compass was going all over the place. I spent about 30 minutes down there and put up my trail cam in a nice sneaky spot. I came back with the more expensive compass a week later, and also to grab that trail cam. Once I got down there, the cam was gone. Spent 70 minutes looking everywhere and I just couldn't find it. The new compass I brought down there was doing the same thing. I'm no genius here, but what else can I bring? If it wasn't such a rough hike, I would bring a ladder to mount a cam higher, but that's just impossible. Something weird is definitely going on. I'm going to try to stay the night down there this weekend. The forecast showing sunny, mostly. But that's the last weekend before the snow hits. Story number 3. Hearing, seeing, and experiencing things. If this is the right place to post, since I don't have any video or pictures to prove it, but I've had strange things happen that I can't explain and I don't know who to talk to about it without sounding crazy. Sorry for the cow in the background, guys. I'll try to explain what's happened without it getting too confusing. The first occurrence was about 2018. I was babysitting my niece, who was just a little baby at the time. While she was taking a nap behind me on the couch, I was sitting on the ground watching TV, and out of the corner of my eye, I see a lady in 1800s type dress, just staring at me. Took a step towards me, but the moment I looked over at where she was standing, she was gone. The rest of that day I was there, I could see figures walking past out of the corner of my eyes, but never when I was looking directly at where they were. The second time I was sitting in a different apartment that my sister lived in, and I heard someone calling my name, and it sounded like an old lady. Then my niece came running and saying, "She's calling for you." My sister and her boyfriend were in the room too, but they didn't hear anything at all, and no one else was in the apartment too. The last time something really strange happened was in 2020. My sister died, and we had shirts made with her picture and name on it. The name of the funeral, the night of the funeral, I took the shirt off and put it on the back of a chair with her picture facing up. I closed the door and went to sleep in my niece's room with her. The next morning I came into my room and the shirt was inside out and on my bed, which was across the room from the chair. These were the top 3 occasions that were really weird things that have happened. But I do see shadow figures walk by, especially in an old house I used to live in, where the owner apparently passed and died in as well. Story number 4. Weird experience in Canyonlands at night. This happened only a week ago. My girlfriend and I were visiting the Arches in Canyonlands for the weekend and ended up heading out pretty late from Moab to get into the Canyonlands, which is about a 45-minute or an hour drive. A few years previous, I'd gone there myself and stayed until the moon rose, because that meant people were leaving, and as a field recordist, that meant a quiet environment to record in. That night in 2020, the moon was bright, and there were a few night photographers there as I ended up hanging out with them in particular, and it was generally a surreal experience. I felt completely safe. Hoping to have a similar time again with girlfriend along for the ride, and forgetting the fact that maybe the clouds would largely block moonlight that night, I drove us up. It was pretty dark before we even made it 15 minutes along the drive there. Having been there, more specifically Mesa Arch, twice before, and this being a borderline spiritual place for me, I didn't even think about danger or anything of the sort. Despite that, I had a sixth sense type of gut feeling pretty early on that we shouldn't head up there that night. Not wanting to freak myself out, or my girlfriend, I didn't say anything or really think much of it, and chalked it up to just being nervous because it was dark. There was a certain vibe along the roads leading up, and we noticed that there were people leaving the park, but no one coming in ahead or behind us. The instinct to not continue hit me subtly a few more times, and I kept pushing it away like an idiot. I've been very familiar with these instincts over the past years, and they've served me well, as far as I can tell. I think I genuinely thought I was just scared because it was dark. We ended up at the Mesa Arch parking lot, where 2 cars were packing up and heading out. When they left, it was almost completely dark, with only the faintest glow of moon showing through the clouds, and not a person around anywhere near us. Canyonlands is pretty remote. We get our backpacks on, grab a couple of things, and my girlfriend makes sure I've got my CCW. She doesn't usually care much, but this struck me as an indication that she was maybe concerned too. We start heading up. It's a pretty short trail, maybe a quarter mile. All we wanted to do was get to this little bowl-like area, the main destination, and hang out and record some sounds. The area is pretty open, with trees both live and dead scattered around, bushes and a small cactus or two, rocky slopes that can be climbed in a few seconds. It's a pretty dope scene in daytime. I've never felt uneasy here previously. We'd been doing a bit of travel vlogs so far, so I continued doing that, and I genuinely get goosebumps and chills every single time I think about this part. It was the weirdest feeling I've ever felt. I felt instinctually like, oh, I should get out of here, I'm being watched. Things like that. Those type of feelings. And I've had several stories to tell from those, but I've never felt what I felt while vlogging. This might not seem relevant, but for context, the field recording I do is largely of gathering wood and rock sounds. Canyonlands, Navajo sandstone, juniper wood, both of which sound wonderful when tumbled and rolled around. I think of field recording as an art. Yep. But also as a way to appreciate a land in a closer way, at least for me, than just taking pictures of it. I feel like I'm capturing the essence of a location in a very respectful way. As I'm vlogging, I felt something I can only describe as a need to show that I was there peacefully and with respectful intent. I didn't hear anything or see anything that would indicate that I needed to show I was here on peaceful business, but I felt it so strongly. Again, I didn't want to scare my girlfriend, so I didn't say this. I figured I was just feeling on edge being in or near complete darkness. We could barely see our own feet on this easy and open trail. We'd kept our lamps off to let our eyes adjust to the glow, but I turned mine on to read a plaque. My girlfriend mentioned I should probably turn it off so I don't create shadows and freak us out, so I turned it back off. I also felt like I was spotlighting myself by having it on, and I was about to turn it back off before she even said that. We continued, and the uneasiness only grew. This lasted until we both reached the same exact spot on the trail and stopped at the same time, in silence. "I think we should go back," my girlfriend added, and I agreed. Never have I felt a stronger feeling of being unwelcome in a place. Felt like we hit a barrier. Not only did I feel unwelcome, it was more particularly the feeling of intruding on a congregation or meeting or gathering that we were not invited to. I don't know how to describe this feeling at all besides that, and it was not a conscious thought. It was just there, as these kinds of instincts tend to be. At that point, I realized I'd been ignoring these feelings long enough, and it was most certainly time to go. I have no idea what was going on in that little bowl that we were about to reach, but I didn't want to find out. We made our way quickly back to the car. As soon as we get back, we hear a large pack of coyotes quite nearby, but in the opposite direction we'd been heading on the trail. If we'd continued on that trail, it was not coyotes that we would have run into. Still, this felt like an additional cue to leave, my girlfriend said. "That's our cue." I badly wanted to record their yips, but common sense took over and we got the hell out of there. The road, completely devoid of any sign of other people, was particularly eerie. Driving back wasn't just trying to get back to our campsite in Moab. It felt like we were escaping, like when you turn off the lights and run up the stairs. Now relatively safe in our car, we discussed what has just happened. Every single unspoken, strong gut feeling I had had, my girlfriend had felt too, and was exactly the same things at the same times, nonetheless. Both felt the need to show something or someone that we meant no harm by vlogging and being chill outwardly. Both felt multiple times, both on the drive there and on the trail, that we shouldn't go. Both felt at the time that we were like actors on a stage being watched by a multitude of something. Both felt unwelcome, like we were crashing a party. Both felt that we needed to go at the same exact point on the trail. None of these were spoken aloud to each other at any point until we were back on the road. As we drove, the moon became visible for a bit. Not familiar with moon stuff, but it had been a full moon a few days before, and that night it was large, not full though, and red. This was because of the red sand in the air from the windy day. But my girlfriend said that also meant bad juju. Should always listen to your girlfriend. Looking into the history of that region and even stories of strange happenings at Mesa Arch, I am sure that we avoided something strange or dangerous. Story number 5. The Old Riders of the Pony Express. Back in 2015, I worked at a museum dedicated to the Pony Express and the success of the mail service. The museum is actually the old stables where they used to keep the horses, and was the jumping-off point where the first rider believed to be Johnny Fry would ride across the Missouri River into Kansas at the first station. If you're ever in St. Joseph, Missouri, and looking for something to do, it's worth checking out. Anyway, back to the story. I used to work weekends and was often by myself, sending visitors on self-guided tours of the museum. There's always been a rumor in the museum that it's haunted by the ghosts of a few of the stable hands. riders, and even horses of past years. My best friend at the time and I would yell across the stables to the spirits to keep the stables safe until we opened the next day. One day in particular, after we closed for the day, I noticed on the CCTV that there was a man standing across from the mock log cabin that sat across from the diorama where all of the audio and visual effects would begin. He was dressed in all dark Western wear with a large black cowboy hat, leaning against the cabin. As the sound effect of a thunderstorm across the plains flashed and clapped violently, I closed up the gift shop doors and made my way around the stables. Coming up to the point where I saw the cowboy, I yelled throughout the museum that we had closed up for the night. A huge blast of cold air rushed through me as my heart dropped to my feet. I really didn't want to go near the man, but I didn't want to show that I was afraid. As I got to the cabin, I looked around the corner and the man was gone. I practically sped walked through the rest of the museum, yelling that we were closed and that he needed to leave. As I reached the end and backed up to the gift shop, there was no sign of him. I checked all the doors and everything was locked up tight. There was absolutely no way he could have gotten out of the locked doors and just locked everything behind him in the process. I called my best friend and had her come over to walk me to my car. I told her the whole story, and she said it's the ghost of one of the riders that she saw months before. As I locked up, I felt pretty comfortable enough to know that my mind was playing tricks on me, perhaps. I yelled again to the spirits to protect the stables until I came back the next day. That's where we heard it. Loud clumping of boots on the stable floor with spurs jangling and the low grunt of a horse snorting. We ran back to the stables and looked all around, but there was nobody there. I have several other experiences from this place, including a strange encounter with a homeless man following me home, but that's another story for another time. If anyone is interested, I've since left that job, and I still have a love and appreciation for living history, but the ghosts of the Pony Express will forever haunt my mind. Story number 6. The Woman on the Platform. Years ago, when I was a young troublemaker, I was on my way to a community service roadside center. My commute required I take a bus and several metros, city rail trains, early in the morning as the godforsaken community service started at 6 a.m. So, at about 4:30 a.m., I got off the first metro and walked down a platform in order to wait for the second metro. I was early, so there weren't many people, a few guys on their way to work and the random hobo here and there. But I noticed a woman standing against one of the platform pillars. She struck me as odd, as she's dressed in a way that showed off her body shape. But the weird thing was no one seemed to notice her. Not the hobos, not the guys waiting to go to work. She stood there, staring at me. I was mildly fascinated, as she was attractive, apart from her lack of attention from others. There was nothing else obviously strange about this woman. And as I was having a last look at her, the metro pulled up, and I walked in, found a seat, and wondered if the chick got onto the metro herself, as she was waiting on the same side of the platform as me. But no, she was still standing against the pillar, staring at me in a real sad way. I remember. I also remember seeing her as the train rolled off, and we locked eyes, and goodbye. 2 stops later, I arrived at my stop, and got off the metro into the platform and started walking down the stairs. I had to stop walking halfway down as the woman I had just seen at the last metro station was walking up the stairs on the side which walks up, and she was just staring at me with that sad face. I ran back up when I caught my wits again. She was not there anymore on that platform. Story number 7. The Wish for Vengeance. A few years ago, when I was a young person in the wrong path spiritually, a very wrong path, I had a chance to ponder the true nature of this existence. Let me begin my story by saying that I used to be a demon worshiper, a so-called Satanist. And I had a job which I started at around 12:30 a.m. and ended at around 12 p.m. Monday through Saturday. One night I cut myself pretty bad. I told my boss. He wanted me to go home and then go see a doctor. It wasn't bad enough for a seeing your bones sort of a thing. But I just took the day off, but I still had to drive home. This was around 2:30 a.m., and it was raining a bit, but at this time the freeway was empty, so I'm driving kinda chill, because I get to go home, relax, call up a chick, etc. When out of nowhere a bright red Ferrari blasts right past me, swerved into my lane, and brake-checked me pretty hard in the rain. I almost panicked but managed to keep control as I was driving the speed limit, 65 miles an hour. But this made me so fucking upset. I was fucking pissed this motherfucker almost killed me, just to show off his shit in a literally fucking empty 6-lane highway. Man, I was incredibly angry at this motherfucker, like if every single bad shit that ever happened to me was that person's fault. That kind of upset. So I quickly reasoned that my vehicle had no chance in hell of catching up to the Ferrari in order to, I don't know, maybe shake my fist at him, call him a bitch or something. I don't know. But nah, I'd never ever catch up. He hit the gas, turned into a little ass dot in the highway. Well, I focused all my anger and asked Satan to please revenge himself for me, as I couldn't drive fast enough to catch up. I begged him and prayed hard as fuck with the complete heart that I wanted that motherfucker to be destroyed, or to suffer equally to my anger. A few minutes later I realized, unpuckered my asshole and kept pushing. I even got to forget about that shit that happened as soon as I had a look for my lighter to get a cigarette going. I drove a ways to get home. I had to exit the highway and enter a different highway, let's say the 5 to the 71, and noticed that a few miles up traffic was starting to stack, and with all the red brake lights it looked cool as fuck. I swear that you can see pretty far down this highway, and that shit looked like a red carpet laid out against the night sky. Anyways, when I got to the scene which caused the traffic jam itself, it was the red Ferrari turned to shit against the center divider. I whooped and hollered and smiled, and that was the best damn smoke I'd ever had until then. For fuck's sake, I was feeling ecstatic and just thanking the thing that I had received help from, over and over. Sorry for all those F-bombs, people. Story number 8. I'm being followed by Mama. It all started in 2013. I was 12 at the time. My older sister and her friend, who were 14 or 15 at the time, were playing with a newly bought Ouija board in our basement. My sister invited me to the basement. I had heard about Ouija boards before, but never seen one myself. I always followed my sister's lead, so I joined them in playing without question. It was all relatively normal. Yes and no. Short answer questions. I honestly thought they were probably fucking with me because it was working. I'm not a skeptic, but also not a full believer. I was also young, so I don't remember the details perfectly. I do remember telling the board that we were going to watch a movie and say goodbye, sliding the pointer over to the bottom of the board, as they had apparently read online. The movie my sister and her friend were about to watch was a horror movie called Mama, capital M-A-M-A. They had all talked about it several times. They went on Netflix, and as soon as they pressed play on the Wii, the Netflix disconnected. I believe she said the lights also flickered. I don't recall that part. We played again the next day, and the board, it spelled out M-A-M-A every time that it seemed to not want to answer a question. And it would get more intense every time, moving quicker and spelling it out multiple times. It got to the point that the pointer would fall off the board and we would have to reset it. This freaked us all out a little bit. We all accused each other of moving the pointer, but none of us did. Our Netflix was down for months after this. Our parents were pretty annoyed about it, but we never told them why it had happened. My sister wanted nothing to do with the board after that and gave it to me. I thought it was pretty cool, so I continued playing with it for years. And every single time I played, I always talked to this same spirit or entity. And every time I played, it would be the intense mama movement. I played it off for years and made a joke of it. My friends would get so freaked out by it that they would quote-unquote test me to make sure I wasn't moving it on my own. They would make me turn my back to the board while we played the board and was always able to give answers no one knew the answers to. I only ever tried to play by myself once, which I had heard was dangerous, but of course I ignored everyone. I was in my basement where it all started a few years prior. I was on FaceTime with a friend to show her, as well as take a video on my phone to prove to my friends at school. The board was spelling out random letters that I couldn't make sense of. Then there was a bang on the door beside me. I even caught that on video. I didn't play for a while after that. I would dabble in the board here and there throughout the years, and always talk to the spirit that we just called Mama, as we assumed that she was just impersonating the movie from night one. Things would happen through the years, lights turning off and on at night, lots of strange noises, and our very calm dog was terrified of our basement and would freak out about nothing while down there. Fast forward to now. I'm 22. My sister is 23. We told her mother the whole story this past summer. Our mom is very spiritual, so we always tried to hide it from her. She recalled when the Netflix was broken and how frustrated she was, and we all joked about it. My sister and I got a text from her a few days later saying, "Tell Mama to give me my Netflix back." We joked about it, and nothing happened. She asked us again to tell Mama to fix the Netflix. We both took it seriously this time and said out loud to plead for her to let the Netflix come back. And it actually seemed to work. We were surprised that it worked, but I brushed it off like I always do. I just can't comprehend how this could be true, but also, how could it not be? This can't all be a coincidence. Well, the other night, I received a call from my sister that shook me to my core. She had told her boyfriend, who was a disbeliever, the whole story the night before. The same story we had told our mom a couple of months prior. The next morning when she awoke, she was met with her pale boyfriend in a state of total confusion and disbelief. He recounted being awoken in the middle of the night to a little girl standing at the end of the bed. She had a metal cage and a bar over her mouth. She was confused by this, but he wasn't frightened by the girl. He almost felt bad for her. He swore he was awake when this happened, and as a disbeliever couldn't understand what was going on. My sister called her mom and recounted the story to her. our mother replied. "Oh my God, you guys are Mama." She's been calling for her mama this whole time. My sister immediately hung up and called me to tell me. We both got full-body chills and started crying. It all makes sense. The intense mama repetitions and calls for attention. What still doesn't make sense is her boyfriend's dream. Why him? Why the cage? Who is Mama truly? Why has she been following us and trying to make contact for the past decade? Story number 9. Many more encounters happened to me here, and here's a few of them. Strange events in my past. Over the course of my life, I was always spiritual and sensitive, but I'm too fearful to open that door. I'm going to recall as many situations as I can. Dreamt I was going to lose someone close to me in a helicopter crash. 1 month later, my best friend was killed in a helicopter crash. Dreamt the girl I was interested in died, and I could see her tombstone, but feeling she was endangered. Found out the next day she was rushed to the hospital because an attempt was taken on her own life. Hanging out at a friend's house at night, outside, saw spirits in the corner of my eye. The feeling was that they wanted to go to his house, but couldn't. I told my friend, and he freaked out and told me that when he was young, they had a spiritual attack in their home. Toys had no batteries that would go off, things like that. He didn't go into much detail because he was terrified, but he said a priest was called to help his family and home. Dreamt a dark shadow figure shut my mouth. Me being held, freed my mouth, demanded its name, and it told me Jeers. It was stuck in my dream. Only the words Jesus helped me, freed me. A few other dark shadows dreams, but I need to find my dream book. I get raging angry at anything like Ouija boards, like pit bulls, crazy mad. Many years passed, but last week I randomly became bitter about a loved one's actions to another family member. And that same day, their plane needed to make an emergency landing. Story number 10. Ask Reddit. I'm normally pretty logical about seeing weird things. I work nights, and I go long periods of time without sleeping, so my mind playing tricks isn't super unusual. But this happened in broad daylight with other people around, and it's left me completely confused as to what actually happened. I was repairing a condenser in a very standard-looking suburban neighborhood. Directly across the street was a mother playing in her driveway with her toddler, pushing him around in one of those plastic cars. I was walking back to my work van around the side of the house when I hear a shriek, like a noise that you hear and know something is about to be hurt. I took a very quick step to clear the corner of the house and see what was happening. Mother across the street didn't seem to notice, or hear, or care. That's when I heard it again, but being in front of the house, I could pinpoint a little bit better. My head snapped to the house directly to the right of one of the mothers that she was out in front of, and I saw a small child staring directly at me with its mouth wide open and eyes that seemed to be completely black all the way around its eye socket. I looked at the mother. Sure, she had to have noticed this, or at least heard the commotion. She didn't. The thing waved, not like a come here motion, but more so acknowledging its awareness of me. I walked slowly back to the condenser and hid for maybe 5 minutes. When I came back around, it was gone, and the mother was carrying on like nothing had even happened. I had no explanation for what happened to myself, and I still don't. When I went home and began to tell my girlfriend what had happened, she told me about black-eyed children. I don't know what I saw that day, but there was something so deeply unsettling about the entire situation. I'm happy calling it a cryptid if it means I'll never see them ever again. Story number 11. Having insomnia as a kid. I've been frequently reading the sub, on and off. Reading of people asking for guidance, information and techniques to succeed. The reason I'm writing this is because I'm asking a question of something that I've experienced when I was younger. My last recollection of several events I can recall when I was 6 years old, I believed. That's the time that it was about the late 90s. Those times when you're a kid with the attention span of a goldfish, sat in front of a dumb box to watch animated toons or the broadcast views. Anyway, I'm going off topic here. What I'm trying to say here is that when I was young, I couldn't sleep at night. Both of my parents would be asleep, but I would go to my living room and play in the dark. I remember I didn't make that much sound to awake my parents. While tiring myself with the shenanigans in the dark, I head back to sleep eventually. Walking toward my bed, I saw an animated, colorful spirit sprouting inside the dark bedroom. It came out of the darkness, out of a void. I'm awestruck and wonder. My little kid mind couldn't comprehend what I was seeing at that moment. What's that? I pondered. It looked really cool. It's like I'm hallucinating, but how though? I'm only 6 years old at that time. After that event, more spooky shit happened to me. Story number 12. Red bean paste in a dream. So before I explain, I want to say that I had no idea what red bean paste even was until recently, and only found out what it looks like after the dream. Anyway, there's this dream that I had. I wake up in a strange mountain, desert area by a cliff, and immediately I notice a cave entrance. So the dream just sort of dream me, I guess you could say. Takes interest, I guess, and I go inside that cave, dimly lit by the light spilling in, and a warm reddish glow from a big bowl in the center filled with a reddish-brown mushy-like substance, which I later realized was red bean paste. The paste in the bowl didn't show any plausible means of emitting a red glow, yet it was glowing, and scattered around the ground by the cave walls are piles and piles of more red bean paste. And perhaps the strangest part is that while in the dream I have this overwhelming feeling of déjà vu, like I'd been in that cave numerous times. But I've never experienced déjà vu inside of a dream before. I didn't even think it was possible until now. After having the dreams, I decided to look up anything about the stuff, because my first thought was, maybe it could be a religious offering. And the only thing I found was that apparently Koreans believed that eating red bean paste can ward off evil spirits. Also, it might have been the wind, but I swear in the dream I could hear whispers in that cave. Probably not relevant, though. Story number 13. Binky Stealing Ghost. I have 2 kids. When my first was a baby, her binkies always seemed to disappear. Like out of thin air almost. I know it's easy to think that I misplaced them or something, but I'm serious. I would tear the entire house apart looking for this one specific binky because it was the only one that she would take. I had recently had a run-in with my TV remote vanishing as well, and after some advice from a friend, I decided to ask the house to please return the stuff to me, quote unquote. So I did. Then I took a nap with the baby. Within an hour, after a week of the remote being missing, the remote returned on top of my AC, which, by the way, I messed with very frequently and was right next to the couch that I was pretty much always on. The top was also dusty and there was no dust-free mark underneath the remote. It's like it was just put there. I was shocked, weirded out, scared. I was completely alone in that house pretty much all the time, so it wasn't a roommate or anything. Shortly after that, the binky started getting taken. Every time I couldn't find it after a few days, I would beg the house for it back, and it would return in plain sight. Once it even was placed in my hand while I was sleeping, and I was awoken by the sudden feeling of it dropping in my hand. That one freaked me out. I don't know when it stopped, but eventually it did. There were other paranormal encounters in that house, but seemed like separate occurrences. Now it's years later. I live in a different house, a different state, and a new baby. I had a lot of binkies sitting on the side table next to the couch. Probably like 8. Only like 3 are left. And we've checked the house, yet I'm feeling very, very uneasy. I figured whatever it was lived in the house. Now I'm worried something is attached to me. Maybe it's been so for a long time. Does anyone have any idea what this could be? Story number 14. I think something is in my room. Last night I was going to bed with my radiator on, and it was on the brink of, or rather I was on the brink of falling asleep. I usually hear creaking and stuff near my desk setup, but usually never pay any attention or any worry to it. My radiator makes some cracking sounds, which is normal. But just as I was about to fall asleep, I hear 2 loud taps and knocks that definitely did not sound like the noise my radiator makes. I couldn't exactly pinpoint where it was coming from, but it sounded like it was being made on wood or from the attic. This isn't the first time I've experienced this, as I have a door in my room that connects to my bathroom, and heard 3 loud knocks on it late at night once. I've heard footsteps coming from my attic, and they definitely did not sound like rats or mice or any piping. They were very heavy and lasted for a bit. I've had my cases of sleep paralysis in this room as well. The most terrifying sleep paralysis I had was I saw a girl with a teddy bear who looked like she was from the 60s. And then another time where I had an empty bag of chips on my desk and I could hear the bag being crushed and rustled. After hearing the 2 loud taps and knocks last night, I opened my eyes and went on my phone to play Hunaman Chalisa, and also turned on my LED lights. After I started to play it on Spotify, my phone, and just put my phone down and my phone volume went to mute without me doing anything at all. I then felt a very strong presence in my room and felt like something was watching me, and it made me feel pretty scared and nervous. I then decided to go to a different room to sleep in. The most weird part is that no one else in my family has experienced these things, and it's just me that's experienced these situations in my house. Any ideas on what I can do to get this to stop? Story number 15. 2 Ghostly Experiences. 1. This is the most recent of the two. My husband and I were in Deadwood, South Dakota, and did a haunted tour at the Fairmont. Early in the tour guide brought us into a room and had us sit down while explaining the history of the building. She explained the room that we were in didn't typically have any activity, so it was a good place to chat. As she's talking about some of the deaths in the building, I suddenly feel about 3 to 5 strands of my hair go right along my part on the top of my head get pulled straight up and out of my head. I turned around and silently smacked my husband, but he was confused. I didn't say anything to the tour guide or any other people on the tour because I was convinced that my husband was playing a joke on me. He swore up and down that he didn't even touch me. By the end of the tour, I started to believe him, but I started questioning myself. Did I want something to happen so bad that I made it up in my head? But I know I didn't because I feel the strong sting of the hairs being ripped out. And that feeling lingers on, and I know I couldn't have imagined it. So if anyone else experiences hair pulling in Deadwood, you aren't alone. 2. This one happened when I was a child. I believe I was in 5th grade at the time. My parents had gone out for the night and I was home alone. I had our house phone, and I was on the phone talking to my best friend. To set the scene, there was a hallway with the computer room on one side and the bathroom on the other, and my parents' room at the end of the hallway. I'm in the computer room with the lights off, but I had the hallway light on. I was standing by the window in the dark computer room, leaning against the ledge and absently looking across to our neighbor's house while talking on the phone. The neighbors had a window with a lamp on, but the blinds were closed, so it was just a soft yellow glow, and that's all I could see. Suddenly, as I'm talking, I see in the reflection of the window that I'm leaning against a man in a red flannel shirt walking down the hallway from my parents' room, past the computer room that I'm in. Clear as day, I saw this. I can still picture it now. My dog was in the room with me. He was a big German short-haired pointer, and he was the ultimate guard dog. I got scared and hung up the phone, but I didn't know what to do, so I decided that I would run across the hallway into the bathroom and lock the door until I calmed down. I wanted to bring my dog, but as soon as we got to the doorway by the hallway, my dog dug his paws in, put his hackles up, and started growling at the hallway. He wouldn't move. At this point, I started crying, and I gave him one big yank on his collar, and he took off and ran, without me, straight into the bathroom. I went in after him, closed the door, calmed myself down. Then my friend called me back for hanging up on her, and I explained everything. I don't think she believed me. No one else was home. My parents didn't come back early. My stepdad didn't even own a red flannel shirt. I have no clue who I saw, but I saw him, full-bodied. I would give anything to go back to that house for a night and do a ghost hunt. Story number 16. My deceased uncle won't rest in peace, and I need advice. Last year, my uncle died from lung cancer. He was diagnosed on the 4th of April, and he died around the 20th the same month. But it was really a rough time for all of us. But we took some solace in the fact that he died surrounded by our family, considering he was divorced and spent most of his life alone and bitter about that fact. Then the dreams started. Both my brother, sister's father, and mother and I had dreams about him. Most of the time he was thankful, like one time when he thanked my sister for taking care of his crib. She inherited his apartment, which he loved and cared for a lot. However, most of the time we agreed on one thing. He was not resting in peace. In fact, one fact tied all of our dreams together, really. The fact that he's not aware that he's dead. My father even told him in one dream, assertively, how he's dead and how he should move on. I had a dream where he told me he's proud of me. He hugged me and his skin was literally cold. It felt like touching a corpse. Last night I had another dream, and this one started to worry me. He was talking with my sister, joking around as he usually did. Then I realized his eyes became sunken and dead. The skin around his eyes became red. His face started sinking, and most of his mouth and nose rotted and fell apart. He was still talking. I don't know what to do. I loved my uncle a lot, and I hate the fact that he can't move on, that he can't abandon this world and his body, even while it's painfully obvious that he's dead. As a Christian, I do pray for his soul often, but it simply doesn't help thus far. Even after I hoped he would move on, this dream still happened. Story number 17. My first security post. 10 years ago, I started working for a security company as a guard. My first post was a place in Flint, Michigan called Diplomat Pharmacy. A little history: the place was originally a GM plant and the site of one of the sit-down strikes in the 40s. I started working third shift. Granted, I'm not a big fan of walking around in the dark, but it was what it is, you know. And every night, a patrol every 2 hours. It was wild. Constantly through the night, I would hear footsteps. I would hear creaks and bumps. There was a constant feeling like I wasn't alone, and this was at 1 or 2 a.m. This went on a nightly basis. One time in particular, I remember being on the 3rd floor. 3rd floor was easily the worst spot for me in the building. As I was patrolling, I was passing the elevator. Now, mind you, this is at 3 a.m., and as far as I know, I'm alone. As I'm walking, the elevator kicks on and starts running. This was a bit alarming. The door to the elevator opened in front of me, and this was once again on the 3rd floor, and there was nobody in there. Depending on what floor I was on, I would use the bathroom and the toilets would flush without being in use. Again, middle of the night, early morning, I eventually switched to 2nd shift. I thought worming in the day would be easier, and to a degree it was. One afternoon I was patrolling an office. Perfect sunny blue sky day. As I was passing, I saw a silhouette in the window, like someone staring inside the window, through the blinds. Now, I'm working in the city of Flint, so the idea of a homeless guy or a crackhead staring through the window wasn't a concept that I didn't consider. I raised the blind, nothing, sunshine and blue sky. So I lowered the blind, and the same silhouette of what looked like someone standing at the window. Very strange place to work. Nor looking for advice, really, just these are the things that I've seen. My husband heard a burp that neither of us were guilty of. Wasn't me either. So to start off, we live in a pretty large but old house with this 87-year-old granny who is as polite as can be and tends to stay in her own space, which is on the 2nd story and we're on the 1st. The three of us are the only people who live there, and we have no animals besides a 1-year-old ball python. This morning, my husband came back in from smoking a cigarette on the front porch and laid back in bed with me, as I was half asleep and only halfway coherent. As he settles in beside me, he heard a loud belch that seemed to have come from a vanity area connected to our bedroom that leads to our bathroom, which is also 5 feet from our bed. Thinking reasonably, he assumed that I did it, to which I denied as I was still sleeping, and only vaguely heard the noise. Granny was upstairs in the shower. We know that because of the old creaky pipes in the attic above our room. Not even an hour after this, I heard a whisper about a foot away from me saying, "Hey." Thinking it was my husband, I asked him what was up, and he replied with confusion because he hadn't said anything to me for at least a good 10-15 minutes. We were sitting on our phones in complete silence. We've had some freaky things happen in this house before, but nothing this close to us. Story number 19. I'm so scared of this stuff, so I deny the existence of things I really have experienced. I have always felt a presence or presences in others' houses. One time I was living with my surrogate father, and when I was going to sleep, it would feel like someone was sitting on the edge of the couch and patting my leg. It was a comforting presence. I never said anything to my surrogate father about it. One day he says he needs to talk to me outside. I go out on the porch and he tells me something was touching his bed last night. He said, "I was laying there, not asleep yet, and it felt like someone sat on the bed and was tapping my bed. I reached for my gun and it stopped." I then told him about my experience and that it didn't feel like a bad spirit. He didn't feel threatened either, just scared that it could be an intruder. I felt things as a child, and once me and my sister were playing rough and she pushed me and I almost fell down the stairs. I swear to God, something held me and pushed me back to the landing. There was no logical or scientific reason I came flying forward when I was falling backwards down those stairs. I now feel something in my new house. I always feel like I'm being watched, and one day my daughter came over and she said, "Mom, I don't like it out here. I feel like someone's watching me." I had never mentioned to her or anyone that I felt like this, that, I was being watched. I told her not to worry, because I know fear can amplify some spirits. This spirit I feel here is scary. It feels not good. Now I sage my house, Palo Santo my house, and do salt lines at my doors. I don't feel anything inside, but I do feel it outside. Like it's watching me through my windows. Like it's watching me when I'm outside. I try to deny that I believe in this stuff because it terrifies me. If there's a way to cleanse the property, because I feel so uneasy and terrified around the spirit, I know I sound crazy, but I'm constantly feeling like I'm being watched since I moved in. Story number 20. Sleep paralysis and shadow people since I was a kid. I'm not fully sure if this is the right sub, but I'm going to try and sum up this part of the story so I can get to the actual point. When I was a kid, like 10, it was night. I went downstairs in me and my mother's apartment because she asked me to grab her Dr. Pepper, so I grabbed the Dr. Pepper. When I turned around, I saw this shadow in front of me, like legit standing in front of me. It had no eyes, just like hollowness as it was carved out or something. The fingers were pointed like claws or a glove. but the head was like also looking pointed, but hung slumped to one side of the head like one of those old jester head hat things. I screamed, and when I blinked, it was gone. Now, since then, I don't know if it was a hallucination or a trick of the eye or what, as I was very young, like I've said, but for the last nearly 10 years since, and at every single apartment I've stayed at in those 10 years, nearly every couple of months I get sleep paralysis. At the time of writing this, I haven't had one in a couple of weeks, but always a shadow figure, always staring at me. If I was able to throw my body over or close my eyes, then I would hear the loud whispers that I wouldn't be able to actually understand, or the screams of those I love. Hell, last time I had one, which was a few weeks back, it was a shadow that looked like a child. It was at the side of the edge of my bed and just started pounding on my bed, almost like a kid throwing a tantrum. I'm just wondering if anybody really had any insight what the fuck has been going on for the last 10 years. Story number 21. Thing that has happened since getting the Ouija board app. One thing that happened was it mentioned my aunt Ruby. About 3 weeks later, I got a letter in the mail to the address, not my address, but the name was Ruby. I have no clue why my mom gave it to me when she sorted the mail. She usually just gives the mail back to the mailman if the person doesn't live here. Since opening the app, I found a job, but it only lasted 2 weeks. At the job, I met a musician named Gary. I had previously heard a voice tell me, Gary, him, but I assumed the voice was talking about another guy named Gary that I know. It's just a coincidence because I write music. I wrote Gary a song, but he didn't give me any feedback. The creepiest, craziest thing that ever happened, though, was that I won the lottery. I got 4 out of 5 numbers and won about $400. After winning, I was randomly playing with the Ouija board app, and I asked about a job or how I was going to get money, and it replied, under the table. Thought it was going to say under the bed, but the lottery money is sort of like under the table money. I've seen shadows moving. My paper plate moved blatantly, and I looked closer and it moved again. I wasn't scared at all. I was just completely interested and intrigued. The last few times I checked, the spirit's name was Dora, and Dora is always next door sitting down. Let me know if you want or need me to ask Dora anything in particular. Story number 22. An experience I had. It was about 2015, and I was driving back from North Carolina to New York. It was about 4:30 a.m., and I was on the New Jersey Turnpike. For those of you who don't know, I-295 is about 120 miles, and about 100 of those are straight through a heavily forested area. So if you've ever driven on the interstate at night, you know how it is. Normally, you get into a pack with other vehicles. Call it subconscious or even a conscious decision, but normally around 5 or 6 vehicles will group up and drive together. So in this pack was me and my minivan, my wife and kids, a few other vehicles, and an 18-wheeler. I'm in the center lane and going about 80 miles an hour when something tells me to pull into the left lane and slow down. There was no reason, nothing urgent. It was almost an instinct. So I calmly did so. About a minute later, the 18-wheeler passes us in the center lane, and he gets about 20 feet ahead of us. All of a sudden, there's a whole herd of deer in the middle of the highway. I don't mean 1 or 2, I mean 10. The 18-wheeler hits them first, and the bodies of the deer just fly to either side of the road. I remember seeing a deer fly in front of me and hit the ground, twitching. Nasty. Being that it's an 18-wheeler, I doubt he even got a scratch. No one slammed on their brakes or skidded out of the way. Of course, we all slowed down a tick, and I had to catch my breath, but my family and I were inches from death. If my minivan had hit that herd head-on, it would have been a total wipeout of my vehicle, and who knows how many vehicles behind me would have also crashed. Story number 23. Any opinions on what this could have been? I'd like to preface my story by saying that at the start, it'll seem like it just came from a weird case of sleep paralysis, but the more it goes on, the more unexplainable it becomes. Also, sorry if my English is bad. It's not my first language and I'm writing this on my phone. So, let's facilitate my typos. Well, writer, I will try. So, to start off the experience, I'll give some quick context. When my father drinks alcohol during the day, he snores a lot and makes my mom unable to sleep. So when he does drink, me and him usually change bedrooms. So I sleep with my mom, and he takes my bedroom. Now let's start the actual weird stuff. When I was sleeping with my mom, I suddenly faded into consciousness, and I saw standing in the back of the bed what looked like the silhouette of a child, looking a little like a more defined physical shadow person. I then fell asleep again and woke up with the silhouette standing on top of the bed by mine and my mom's feet. Before I fell asleep again, I woke up with the now much more visible child standing on top of the bed, standing by my torso. And then you guessed it, I fell asleep again, and then woke up for the last time in the night with the child, who I could clearly see now, standing by my side of the bed, staring at me. The child maybe looked 9 or 10 years old, but I don't know, I'm very bad at judging how old people are. They looked like they could either be a boy or a girl, and it was very hard to tell, but that was not their most prominent feature. That would easily go for the orange flames contained within both their pupils. This fire looked way too orange to be natural and moved in ways that felt in a way I couldn't quite put my fingers on. As the weird child stared at me, I noticed something also very weird. Even though the room was dark and I could barely see anything else, the child was clearly visible, almost as if the lights were on just for them. Another weird thing is that I wasn't creeped out or scared, but actually felt extremely at peace as those fiery eyes looked into my very essence. After a couple seconds, though, the peace was broken when the child finally moved, extending their hand as if wanting a handshake. For some reason, I complied and shook their hand, after which I fell into the floor without feeling any impact. I woke up the next day on the ground, but unharmed from falling off the bed and feeling refreshed despite the events of the night. With a name deeply ingrained in my mind, which is how I'll be referring to the child as Gabriel, I still wanted to be productive during the day though, so I got up and went to school. While in school, I couldn't focus on anything besides the fiery eyes of this child, bringing me to the first point that makes me think that it wasn't a nightmare or sleep paralysis. I have a fantasia, or aphantasia, which is a condition that makes me unable to picture anything in my mind. But despite this condition of mine, I could clearly see the fire in their pupils every time I closed my eyes, which is something I've never experienced with anything besides that flame. I can still see it if I think about Gabriel, which I do sometimes, just to circumvent my aphantasia, since imagining things is not anything I experience normally. I stayed silent about Gabriel to my family because I was afraid to scare my mom, who is deeply spiritual. After a couple of days, though, during lunch, my brother came through with a separate encounter with a woman combing her hair on his bed, which, to my surprise, made my parents angry. They were angry because he hadn't told them about it, because both my parents had seen similar things, with my mom seeing a priest and my dad a child, though that one was noticeably different from Gabriel. Older, clearly male, and blonde. So that's the second thing that makes me sure that Gabriel wasn't in my head. The third point is a bit different, though. Being largely immaterial in nature, after I shook Gabriel's hand, I noticed that my dreams became significantly more vivid, and I started having small cases of premonition, which were incredibly common in my childhood. That's the end of today's stories. Feel free to help us keep this channel going by dropping a comment, recommending it to other people, all that good stuff. See ya. Greetings from Paranormal M, your portal to the inexplicable and the extraordinary. Be sure to hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications to stay informed about our latest perplexing tales. We hope you're ready for an unforgettable adventure. And don't forget to leave a comment and drop a like. Helps us continue to make these videos. On to story number 1. Ghost Encounter. So let me start this story off. My house was built in 1910, so it's very old and has had many people living in it. I would often hear creaking in our kitchen, or things moving and just disregarding them as my imagination. However, recently, within the past 2 weeks, me and other members of my family have seen this tall, shadowy figure. The first encounter happened to my mom about 2 weeks ago. She was home alone in her room. Our house is basically a hallway and 3 bedrooms. She was laying down, and from where her bed is, she can see partially down the hallway to the other rooms. She says that she's seen a tall black figure that appeared to be wearing a trench coat just walk past her room and towards the front door. So she quickly got up, went to check. However, the front door was locked and our gate was pretty much locked too. My mom isn't easily scared, so she just ignored it. The second story happened last week on Wednesday. We went over to my brother's house for my nephew's 10th birthday party. We were outside smoking a joint. My brother stays in a second-story apartment, and there are some old cabinets on the first floor, right next to his apartment. We were all sitting down on his balcony when my sister's boyfriend looked over to the cabinets and he yells for us over to look. We all look over clueless as to what startled him, and he tells us that he clearly saw a tall black figure come out of the cabinets and disappear. We all went down to check, because I live in Sacramento, the homeless capital of California. So we thought maybe homeless had gotten into his complex. However, to our surprise, there was nothing there. The third story happened to my sister-in-law. We were hanging out at my house having a barbecue, and we were all sitting in our front yard, and she was facing our backyard when she says that she saw a black figure peek his head out from the corner of our house and just quickly go back. And she told my brother that he went to go check, but he didn't find anything, obviously. This is the fourth and final story. This is from the point of view as the story happened to me. This just happened last night. Give me some backstory here. My brother plays in a band, so he was invited to play at a birthday party. It was 8 to 11 p.m. and we like to smoke weed, so I'll normally help him set his drum set, and then I would go roll joints for us to smoke on his next break. I was sitting in his car with the windows down so I could hear the music, rolling a joint. I was right outside of the venue, so people kept walking by to enter the party, and there was a street light about 10 feet in front of me. So keep in mind, I can see everybody that would walk past me. Then all of a sudden, out of the corner of my right eye, I see a black figure dart past the front passenger window, and I look over to see nothing there. I quickly looked through the rear passenger window to see if anyone was going into the party, but I didn't see anything. I got out and walked around the car to see if anyone was messing with me and walked down the street. I never seen anyone that could have explained what happened. All these things have happened within the last 2 weeks. I really have no idea what it could be. Maybe a deceased family member. We're also in the process of moving houses. I do find it weird. Maybe it's a spirit that doesn't want us to leave. Please let me know what you think about this, and if you've ever encountered something similar. Story number 2. My dad visited me and got proof. So about 3 years ago, my dad passed away. Around a year or so later, I got a puppy because my adopted dog also passed around the same time. I thought getting a puppy would be just perfect for me to occupy my time and just not feel the void of not having my dad around. My sibling would enjoy having a puppy around too. All in all, it kept us as a family pretty busy too, and have a schedule and routine. Anyways, my house was 3 stories. The house originally was a 2-bedroom when I was a teen. My room upstairs. As I got older, my parents built me a room on the 3rd floor, which was only the garage. The garage was very long, so it still could fit a car, even if half of it was going to have a room, really. The room in the garage connected to the hallway leading upstairs, which I only went to the kitchen to sometimes stay up late on holidays and weekends to watch TV and relax. Okay, to the point now, there was a routine in my house when my dad went to work and he left every day at the same time, at 2 a.m. So if I was up, watching TV in the kitchen and living room, he would pace upstairs, and he'd go to the kitchen making tea and getting dressed, to be out the door by 2:45 a.m. If I was in my room, however, I was up late downstairs. I would hear him and I knew he was getting ready for work. Anyways, after he passed, I would hear these noises, as if he was still there, getting ready for work. Mainly I heard footsteps as if he was getting ready to go to work. I honestly was so creeped out. Thought he was still here. Also, I would only hear them around that time as well. You might think, well, you're so used to hearing your parents get ready, even after they passed away, you might miss them or got so used to hearing that noise in your house. But I'm making one thing clear. I literally went to bed with this exact thought to tell myself that's what it is. Every night, one time I randomly thought I would ask my mom if she heard it. One day she said no. I think the stress and grief of losing a family member causes someone to remain in a deep sleep. So I knew my mom wouldn't have picked up on the noise. I still thought I would ask anyways. But this is the weird part. I experimented. I thought either of leaving a camera in the hallway to monitor the footsteps, or just speak out loud and ask if anybody was there. I took my puppy, she always slept in her crate in the garage, and moved her crate to the kitchen and decided to sleep on the couch on the 2nd floor where the kitchen and TV was. The first couple of nights, nothing happened. Then suddenly, one night I was home alone after a long time. It was just me and my puppy, and all of a sudden, while I was telling my friend about the things I heard in the house, my puppy started growling and barking at the hallway going up the stairs. She barked at one area for so long. I just watched her and turned the TV volume up. I quickly got my iPhone out, began recording, and I said out loud, "Who's there? If you know me, make yourself known." I kept speaking and I just sat there and recorded. All of a sudden, after a few minutes of recording, I plugged in my headphones and began watching the clips. There I see orbs of light. They were bouncing around me. As I spoke out loud, they came to me and just flew by, and I caught it on camera. I couldn't believe my eyes. Anyone I told and showed my friends said it was him. My dad, I think he didn't want to scare me. I do get easily scared, so this presence was known to me through my puppy and the noises I heard every night. I knew right away. Still can't believe this. I broke the iPhone, sadly, because I moved houses since. I'm going to repair it, and as soon as I do, I want to show the video and photo proof. Story number 3. Gettysburg Ghost. Last night, I went on a ghost hunt in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. It was like a ghost tour, but the guide gives you a bunch of ghost hunting equipment to use. Tells you the history of the site and then lets you do your own thing. The guide sets up their own experiments too. I grabbed a laser grid. We were on a bridge. Suicide Bridge, otherwise known as the Eisenhower Bridge. The guide and most of the group were listening to a spirit box on the bridge. Me and my partner started walking away from the group across the bridge and down the wooded path. I was shining the laser grid in front of us. Suddenly, my eyes registered something was off. It took me a minute to realize there was a shape in front of me that wasn't there before on the laser grid. It was solid, like a person was there and the lasers were bouncing off of it. Well, I nearly shit myself and spun around real quick to almost run into my partner, who was like, "You saw it too?" We'll no longer judge paranormal investigators that freak out when something paranormal happens, because I always told myself I wouldn't do that, but my first instinct was to get the fuck out. There was no one on the path in front of us, and there was no noise from the trees and brush that anyone could have stepped into the path and then stopped off real quick. I know this isn't as exciting as a lot of stories shared here, but it's the most solid experience I've ever had, and I'm still reeling from it. I didn't have any other experiences of that magnitude last night, but honestly, that was enough for me. Sleep paralysis. Doppelganger pretending to be my mom. It's my second time having sleep paralysis ever since that last time I was attacked by an incubus a year ago. I was in the middle of trying to get back to dreaming, but I was still half awake. Now that I think that, I knew I was awake. I remember going to the washroom twice after waking up sometime around 8 a.m. and going back to my room. My dream was mildly weird, like they usually are. It was about going to a party, then being invited to a Spanish school thing, but it was really just a bunch of teenagers traveling together. At the end, there was a party, and I totally forgot about it, so I was going to grab my makeup. I was having a difficult time trying to grab my makeup because it was like something was blocking me. Something blurred my vision in my dream. I knew I was trying to dream, but I didn't at the same time. Then all of a sudden, because paralyzed in my bed, I felt tingly feelings holding me down. That's the feeling I usually feel when I make an attempt of astral projecting. I remember hearing someone walking on my bedroom's wooden floor. The floorboards are pretty creaky, so it was definitely walking. I remember it hovered by me, thought it was my mom. I remember saying something like, "Hi, Mom." And when she didn't answer and the noises from the floorboards continued, I said, "Mom, I know it's not you." Still no answer. It was my second time being able to break out of the paralysis, and I said, "Stop," loudly. After I said that, there was a voice. A woman said, "Stop," in a mocking tone. I knew if it wasn't my mom, but I also knew that it sounded exactly like her. After I broke out of the paralyzation again, I knocked on the wall for my mom to come over. That was basically when everything ended. She came into my room and we talked about it. I'm writing this a couple of minutes afterwards, so I still feel very uncomfortable. I don't know if this will add any relevance to the story, but I'm getting into more of the spiritual side of the world. I'm learning about witchcraft and Reiki. I only started learning a few months ago, so I'm pretty new to this world. I remember these past days I kept seeing dark shadows here and there. As much as it's sketchy, I came accustomed to having weird things happen to me. I've been able to see and sense things ever since, really. This was since I was a kid. It's only starting to become stronger because I'm now becoming older and I'm getting basically into all the spiritual stuff. I have a guess that more entities are able to take control of me because I'm naive and weak. I'm also at that time when everything's confusing in my life, so it makes sense that even spiritually I'm having trouble. I had my fair share of talking with spirits and them giving me bad dreams about human sacrifices, but I've never gotten a response quite like this. It was so clever. I could feel the presence of this entity right there in my room. It was nothing like the incubus attack. That entity dived right into it, while this entity just taunted me. Story number 5. Orb of bright white light. I have this dark hallway where I usually see a lot of spirits. They mostly stay in my basement entrance or the stairs. Both areas are darker than the rest of the hallway, too. I've seen the regulars, like the Hat Man. Pretty sure we had a cat at one point and a few disembodied heads. The usual. But this was different. I've never seen anything like this before. I forget what I was doing there, but I was right next to the first steps of the staircase up. Right then, at the corner of my eye, not even a meter in front of me, a huge white shining orb moved to the side of me and disappeared next to the opposing wall. It was shining like the sun. At the time, I didn't really think much of it, but after a few days of sitting on it, I have my suspicions. I know that it's probably not one of my spirit guides. I already know all 3 of them and didn't really feel like any of their presence. But I mean, could it be an angel? Although I don't belong to any religion, I have family members who are somewhat religious. I do believe in many different cultures, so that's saying I do believe in angels, biblically accurate and humanoid. And for my feelings when that happened, I guess I was a little taken aback because I felt pretty calm, which I don't know how to interpret it being really a feeling about all the spirit encounters or me feeling calm due to the spirit and encounter itself. Hope that makes sense. Attacked by an incubus again. So I think I got attacked. The last time was when I was in my first year of high school, and now I'm finished high school. Pretty sure it all started when one of my favorite podcasts read an email that I sent in. An email about my first experience, as well as other paranormal experiences. I listened to it about 2 times, read the email that I got back from the podcast, and kind of put it behind me. That was officially 1 week ago. Leading up to the recent experience, many things have happened to me while I was half awake or half asleep. I thought it was due to the fact that I've been working to quantum jump and shift for some time now. And to do that, I went through the astral realm and plane. I'm a person who doesn't mind things like ghosts or spirits, so I think this thing got immediately attached to me. Multiple things were happening to me prior to that night. Someone was rubbing my leg. I felt the bed sheet brushing against my leg. I was visualizing much more clearly than ever before. When asleep, I felt pressures on various portions of my body, and during the first draft of this writing, I was feeling a pressure on my shoulder, as if someone was just kind of holding it, I guess. Prior to the night of July 27th of 2022, I woke up on the 26th at 4 a.m. since I had to do some registration for my passports and such. Much to say, the next day I was exhausted. I was supposed to have a subway adventure with my friends, but some of the lines were closed due to fire, so we didn't end up going. It was about 8:40 a.m. I decided to go back to sleep after eating my breakfast, and I was asleep till 10:30 a.m. During that time is when this went down. I was having layered dreams, something that I don't get too often. During that time, I was constantly woken up from my mom, either asking me to put the laundry in my room, taking out the garbage, or saying that she was going out somewhere. So I was in that in-between stage of being awake and asleep. In one of the dreams, I remember the same exact feeling that I felt when I was a kid. My body being pressed up against, lightly sinking me into my mattress. The feeling of rubbing on my arms, waist, and legs. My pelvic lifting up, and you can guess the rest. Before the actual sex part, I'm pretty sure I gave it consent. I said, "What the hell?" Or, "Why not?" I don't know, I'm stupid. It felt good, and for someone who's never been in a real relationship, hormones kind of just took over. I also forgot to mention that I was paralyzed during this whole ordeal. But this time, I couldn't break away from the energy like last time. I felt a bit vulnerable, but it didn't freak me out much as it had last time. I'm now more knowledgeable about all this kind of stuff and not as scared of the paranormal. Because of the last time, I'm still uncomfortable doing research of Incubus. Heck, I hate saying the name right now. If you can provide any information, that'll be most helpful, though. Story number 7. Hat Man being nice. During the pandemic, I got into the occult and witchcraft. I and many people in my family, mostly women, have some sort of gift for that kind of stuff. At 17, I began to meditate more and saw more things that I wasn't able to at the start of my journey at 16. There were a few spirits that resided in my house. Still, for some of them, they're still there. A ghost kid from the 70s. He's pretty quiet and I've only seen him once. A shadow cat. A weird, disembodied face. Didn't really faze me. An occasional poltergeist. Only a few times. Nothing huge. My guides at the moment. Loki. I dabbled in light paganism. And finally, the Hat Man. He and the shadow cat always looked at me in the living room from the basement. My biggest rule is that spirits and entities are confined to the basement, although I see the occasional shadow peek out at me behind a wall. The Hat Man always felt brotherly. I don't have any siblings, no, I was always home alone for most nights. I've been low-key neglected as a child, so it makes sense that I've always been very vulnerable. I was chill with the Hat Man staring at me. I would even wave to him. I still, years later, talk to the basement openings when I'm talking out loud. He never hurt me, never made me hella scared. He felt like an actual being at one point. I'm now watching a video. They describe the Hat Man as an eternal father, and that the guy the YouTuber is talking about believes that everyone is a Hat Man's eternal child. I went from, oh, Hat Man's so nice, to shit. I've heard that he was malevolent, but he was never really being mean to me. I've always been sensitive and seen things as a kid. Only when I got cast last year, I haven't seen anyone for the most part. Story number 8. What's going on? I wanted to share a truly bizarre and unsettling experience that's been happening in my home recently. I've never been a believer in the paranormal, but I'm starting to question my skepticism. Over the past few weeks, my family and I have been hearing strange noises during the night. It's not just the usual creaks and groans of an old house. It's something more. We've heard footsteps in empty rooms, faint whispers when no one else is around, and doors slamming shut without any logical explanation. One night, my teenage daughter woke up screaming, claiming she saw a shadowy figure at the foot of her bed. I rushed to her room, but there was nothing there. She's been too frightened to sleep in her own room ever since. We've also noticed unusual temperature fluctuations, even in rooms with no windows open, and her pets have been acting strangely as well, barking and hissing at empty corners of the room. I've never been one to jump to conclusions, but I'm at a loss for explanations. Has anyone ever experienced anything like this? Is it possible that our home is haunted? Or could there be a rational explanation for these occurrences? Any advice or insights would be greatly appreciated. The most surreal experience I've ever heard at Mount Rainier, the inspiration of The Exorcist. So a little background. It's 2012. I just graduated high school. My brother moved from Florida to Maryland to maintain foreclosures in the Maryland and DC area. I spent my 2 summers between college to work with him, giving me a little bit of a break, running his crew around, moving, changing locks, cleaning the house, and taking pictures, etc. Our route sent us around DC, and he often would put together the morning and browse the Daily Mail and other articles. He somehow stumbled across an article about how the movie The Exorcist was inspired by this property. It was in DC on Bunker Hill Road, which we just so happened to maintain one of the neighbors' properties. That day it was my brother and myself, and we decided we would stop where the old 3-story house once stood. To be honest, I hadn't known what was there. I knew of the movie The Exorcist, but never been into scary movies, so didn't really know that much about it. Well, the house where the 14-year-old boy lived in 1949, where The Exorcist was performed, is no longer there. Today, it's a normal-looking historic street with older homes and this vacant lot with some trees and nice grass. It's now a park, and even has signs about no entry between dusk and dawn. On the property where the house sat is a pavilion for the public, shaped in an octagon, if I remember. Maybe raised 3 feet from the ground with a wraparound ramp. Around the ramp were bushes that circled the pavilion, so we decided to walk up there. It was quiet, nothing seemed eerie or strange as we walked up the ramp. This is where it gets odd. We walked up the ramp into the corner of the pavilion, and not until we actually are in the pavilion nearly dead center that we hear buzzing. Not just like a little fly or a bee flying, but hundreds of insects, which we assumed were flies, began to buzz all in unison from around the center pavilion. It was very loud, and I guess you could say a noticeable swarm in the bushes. They didn't fly around, we just stood there and looked around, and then we were shocked and we did not stay. And the bugs are totally normal, but I don't get why they didn't make a sound as we walked up the ramp or around the pavilion, as we were so close to the bushes then. Hell, I maintained several properties and never experienced anything like that in Mother Nature, or anywhere for that matter. Those summers I experienced ground bees to spiders to voodoo in basements, books on spells and witchcraft, glass orbs, crystal balls, trap houses, hell. We even explored the haunted abandoned insane asylum up there, but that moment still freaks me out. Story number 10. A man in my father's house. Ever since we moved in, our new old house my father bought, I was in 4th grade. It started almost immediately. When I went to sleep, I heard footsteps in the hallway. I heard my father snoring in his room and my sister turning in her bed, with a metal bed frame in her room. The footsteps always stopped right outside my doorway. Then something started to happen on daytime. I was alone with our family dog in our house. I was always scared shitless, and so was our dog. I heard strange banging noises in different rooms, and our dog went crazy. It got worse, and I got more scared. During days, I would yell in our house, and this was because my house, and whomever it was trying to make him go away. But during the night, the entity got closer every night. It didn't stop anymore in front of my doorway. It started to step into my room, then step in front of my bed, then sit on my bed. The final day I was home alone again with our dog. I was shaking in the living room with a knife, our dog right beside me growling and staring at the hallway. Then I heard this loud bang, like a cabinet fell over or something. Our dog went absolutely crazy, and I took the kitchen knife and I went screaming how I'm not afraid to search the noises for any reasons, but nothing had fallen. That night, I was like glued to the wall in my bed. I was panicked when I heard the footsteps. They got closer and closer like always. I was shaking and had trouble breathing. The thing sat on my bed next to me, but then it crouched over and I felt hot breathing on my neck. My eyes were closed and I thought that this was it. I was going to die. Suddenly it said my frickin' name, gently, and hushed. I let out the biggest scream ever and jumped up and ran straight to my sister's room, hysterically crying. She woke up and asked what was happening, and I just cried and stuttered. The man said my name. She asked what man, and I screamed, the man that comes into my room every night. After that, some days later, my dad hit me, and I moved in with my mother. I lived there for a few years and moved back to my dad's. My sister was living on her own now. I moved into my sister's old room. Even though I was now 14, I was too scared to sleep in my old room. I slept with my door closed, but still every night I heard the same dreadful footsteps in the hallway. A few months went by and I was at my sister's place visiting. Old stuff was brought up and my sister asked me if I remembered the man that I told her about when I was 10. I said that I never forgot and I asked her why she asked. She told me that on that night when I ran to her room crying and told her sobbing about the man, she acted brave for me, but when I told her, her blood ran cold. She told me that every frickin' night she heard the same footsteps for months. She just thought it was just me. When I moved to my mom's apartment, she heard every night those footsteps wandering on the hallways. That's when she too realized it wasn't me. I lived in the house, just me and my father, for 4 years. Every time I was alone, didn't matter if it was day or night, I heard it walking around the house. Sometimes when I sat on the couch watching a movie, my father's door would open behind me and it just walked from the room to stand behind my back. Sometimes it would put its hand on its shoulders, I think, or my shoulders. I would feel it standing behind me and then feel this warm, tingling sensation on my shoulder. The man didn't come to my sister's old room. It would stand in front of the doorway, but never step into the room. It was like the only room in the whole house that was out of reach. The man has done something to everyone who has come to our house. Middle of the day, it touched my grandma's shoulder, would yank everyone's feet who had fallen asleep on the couch, would hit walls or just wander around the house. Found it kind of amusing that people who didn't believe in ghosts would be scared shitless and started to believe after spending some time in our house. Before I moved back to my mom's place at 16 years old, I wasn't scared of it anymore. It didn't hurt me or anything like that. And who knows, maybe it was just checking up on me that I was all right when I was a child. I'm 20 years old now and live in a different city. My dad lives in the house by himself now. But every time I visit him, I just know that the man is still there. If there would be a way to get him from my father's home to my place, I would do it. I kind of miss having it around. Story number 11. Advice, confirmation for possible shadow entity bothering my daughter. To start this off, I'm 21 and I'm a single mom to a beautiful 9-month-old. I live in a granny flat at the back of my parents' property. The previous tenants were the previous owner's daughters and 2 granddaughters. Apparently, the daughter, a single mom, often had fleeting relationships that would move in and out of the flat as well. When I moved in last year in September, I was still pregnant. The very first night, something watched me while I slept. I couldn't see it, but I could feel its presence. My cat wouldn't stop staring in the direction of the door as well. Now, I didn't know this, but there's a motion sensor light in one of the top corners of my room facing the door. The reason I didn't know this is because it would turn on and stay on, even when neither I nor my cat were moving. This happened again the next afternoon, and I asked my mom to bless the house, as that was normally something we do when we move into a new house, or when weird stuff would happen. After my mom blessed the place, things were fine again until October, when I started seeing shadow people in my parents' house. I could see and feel them watching me. I felt they were angry that I ignored them. Like, I don't know how I got to that conclusion, but it just felt that way. After my daughter was born, my mother blessed the flat again, and everything felt fine. Whenever anyone comes to my house, they say that they feel like they're not alone, that someone is watching them, and that it is angry. This all brings me to the past 3 months when my baby started with what we thought was sleep regression. She would wake up screaming bloody murder like she was hurt and wouldn't fall back asleep unless I held her, and went to go to sleep on the couch in the living room with her. I'm at this point exhausted, frustrated, and I often was finding myself getting extremely angry too, to the point where I would walk away and have just to scream somewhere, which I can't help but feel kind of ashamed about. Now I recently started dating again, and my boyfriend comes to sleep over on the weekends. He has an amazing relationship with my daughter and treats her like his own. When he's over, it feels like the thing that's in my flat is somewhat appeased. My daughter doesn't wake up like that at all, and the very night that my boyfriend leaves, she's a scream machine again. She hasn't known him for very long at all, and isn't very attached to him either. So that strikes out as the possibility of missing him. As well as the fact that this happens Sunday to Thursday, every night. My mom and I theorize that the entity in my house was created by some residual energy from the previous single mom. I heard there's a name for that kind of entity, but I can't remember what the name of it is. Other things I've experienced are as follows. Something called my nickname, and when I go looking, no one's there. Foul smells. Things just go missing and reappear in weird places. Mostly religious stuff. Knocks all over the place. Forgot to add that when I pick my daughter up from her cot, which is right next to my bed, she starts looking around like frantically and hyperventilates for like a minute after. Please let me know if you've experienced anything like this and what I can do to actually maybe contact whatever's in my place. Sincerely, a drained, tired mom. Story number 12. Paranormal Train Ride. A while ago now, my partner, we'll call them Jace, our friend, we'll call them Mike, and I were in Bristol, UK for a protest. Once the protest had ended, we spent some time chatting in a park and then went to go get some hot chocolate. Before we knew it, it was getting late, and we had to wait for the last train back to where both my partner and I were living at the time. We were sitting outside the train station when my partner's mood seemed to change. They looked worried. "Are you both okay?" they asked. I looked at Mike, confused. "We're okay, are you?" We both responded. "I feel like someone's in danger," they replied. It was time to catch a train, so we started making our way down to the platform. The station was eerily quiet. There were no people to be seen, not even staff. The last train arrived on the platform. We got on. We sat silently, looking out the window as the train began to move. I felt sick. Something wasn't right. The train journey only takes about 20 minutes, but it felt like it was taking hours. We seemed to be the only ones on the train, and it was pitch black outside. We didn't talk, we barely even looked at each other. There's only one stop between Bristol and Bath. After what seemed like hours, we arrived at what should have been Kensham train station, only it wasn't. There were less lights than I remembered, and the stairs were different. They were on the wrong side and seemed to go on forever. The trees looked distorted and strange. I looked over at Jace. I don't know how to describe it, but it was really just expecting them to say that this wasn't Kensham. I had only ever passed it on the train and thought I might have mistaken it, but I knew that Jace would know. Eventually, we both arrived in Bath, and we couldn't get off that train fast enough. The way back to Jace's flat was along a small path that we went beside the train tracks. As we began to walk, Jace looked at us again and asked, "How did you two find that train ride?" We both looked at each other and in unison said, "Weird." I noticed as I was walking that I purposely wasn't looking at the tracks. I turned to look at them and immediately felt sick and terrified, as if they were going to engulf me into darkness. As we walked, we started talking about the experience, and all agreed that whatever it was, it had something to do with the tracks. I knew it was coming, but it still made my heart wrench when Jace added, "Oh, that wasn't Kensham." We kept walking until we came to a bridge that crossed over the train tracks. It seemed to be looming ominously over them. You started to walk down away from the bridge and you could feel it in the air. The hairs on the back of your neck were standing on end and wouldn't walk fast enough. "It feels like something's following us," said Mike. And they were right, it did. We kept walking and walking, faster and faster. Something sinister was following us. Couldn't bring myself to look behind me. Finally, we arrived at the flat and hurried in, making sure to lock the door behind us. All we could do was talk about it and try to comfort each other. Jace told us that they thought that they had seen a figure standing on the train tracks as we pulled out of Bristol. The same figure that Mike saw standing on that bridge. None of us slept for a long time that night. Felt safe inside the flat, but anytime I looked at the door or window, I felt like something was waiting out there. The next day felt normal again, and we were ready to do some Googling. We weren't ready for what we discovered. Quick Google search revealed that a person had died on those exact tracks, just a small distance down the line, at the exact time my partner had stated to feel strange the night before. Story number 13. Seeking help. Possible demonic entity haunting our home. Hi all. First time frequenting this forum and desperately looking for help, advice, maybe an explanation as to why my family's current predicament is happening. I'd like to begin by saying I do believe spirits or something beyond our comprehension exists, but my knowledge about them and our present situation, they're extremely poor. For possible interpretations, our home is an ancestral colonial estate within South Africa dating back to the 19th century. There's a family mausoleum on the outskirts of the property and a somewhat large burial site for the household's workers roughly 100 meters away from the house. And my family members' friends and some visitors have all had strange experiences on these grounds. Throughout the majority of my life, I've experienced strange things in the house. Scratching from within the walls, doors slamming at night, dogs barking at random and at nothing. Footsteps, just general stuff that's scary, but it's also easily discarded with reason. I've always soothed myself back into calm by attributing it to the house being old. However, the past 2 months have been nothing short of a nightmare. I feel like I'm living in a horror movie. What led me to posting this was set in motion by an eerie anomaly followed by an extremely unnerving discovery. Last night in the early hours of this morning, around 1 a.m., I was kept awake by very loud scratching, footsteps, and thumping outside my bedroom door. Initially, I had thought this was a dog and I let it be. A few minutes later, I heard my door handle being turned. It was being turned repeatedly, like over and over, and the door was not being pushed open, nor was there any movement from the door itself. Thinking we were being home invaded, I got my handgun, started screaming, yet the door handle was still being turned. My brother and parents ran to my room. No one was outside my door, nor anyone was found inside the house. Neither was there any breach into the home. After searching, my parents told me that it was a nightmare, and so I just equated it to that. Cut forward to this morning. My brother got up to go to work, and I just went to go to my room. Before opening the door, I had this indescribable feeling in my gut. My body felt cold. Went in to find my sheets sprawled on the sofa and the floor, far on each corner of the bedroom. My crucifix, which is mounted on my side of the bedroom door, was crooked with one of the nails popped out of the door and the other slightly pushed out of the wood. It was nailed in. It cannot have physically been turned, and the nails would have needed tools to be pulled. So what the fuck? A portrait of my oppa next to my bed was very unnaturally crooked also. I immediately felt, and I know that this sounds strange and crazy, but that something very sinister is going on, and that something malevolent, no idea what, was watching me. I got my brother, and he was equally distressed about it, so we got to our parents. My dad thought someone was still in the house. My brother and dad searched the house to no avail, and again nothing was amiss with security systems, the doors, or windows. I went back into my room and saw what we all thought was blood. Photo below, which we could see it. Above one of the mirrors. The mirrors are those sliding mirrors with the closets built into the home, and the height of the blood is very high up on it. It was 3 streaks of blood going down, as if they were wiped there. I stupidly touched it and smeared it so the lines aren't as concise anymore. But that's proof that whatever this is was still wet. You can see it hasn't dripped down from anything, and it looks like it had been placed there by fingers. It's extremely difficult to reach without a chair, so I don't know why an intruder would leave that there or willingly do that. This was not here prior to the blood, and it's in a strange position that's been smeared weirdly. When my dad went to take a look, he was visibly frightened, which I'd never seen before. He's very stoic and a strong man, which has furthered my belief that this is something evil. My parents called the police, and they're on the drive up here. They're still discussing it, and they're being very secretive about it. However, they cannot comprehend or figure out what happened, and who or what did this. They do not believe in ghosts, entities, or anything spiritual. But I'll definitely be pushing them into getting the house blessed by our priest immediately. Since we were little, my brother and I have always felt like someone was in our rooms when we slept. We both feel like something's there, and there's a very thick feeling and energy which I can't describe or attribute to anything, but it's somewhat similar to dread or angst. It's intensified greatly in the last few months, with both of us experiencing more physical anomalies. We've both experienced a lot of being touched and scratched. We'll try to find photos, usually on the back, but one had drew blood across my breast, and I had had my hair pulled a few times. Some family members have experienced it when visiting, and my aunt especially doesn't like staying with us because she had similar experiences in her youth as well. My dad doesn't elaborate on it and discards it as nonsense, and she's more of a spiritual type too. Thought a lot of physicality sort of was falling down to scratches and itches in my sleep or getting my hair caught on things. But the more that my brother and I discussed it, we believed that something is actually amiss. And is very, very wrong. Just to note, no one is breaking in, nor are there ways to access the house besides 4 very thick wooden doors which are always deadbolted at nighttime. I don't have any mental health issues either, and this isn't a dream or some product or hallucination, as we both have experienced things that we've never discussed with each other before. The blood is partially dry now, and these photos are of poor quality, but I can take more if requested. The large pink circle is the one which had 3 stripes running down. I smeared it when I got up to go check. The blood was still wet and was on my finger, so this is as of very early this morning. If anyone might please let me know if the photos do mean something sinister or shed light on the intent, please help. My brother and I deeply believe that this was not an intruder, as we have no vents in the floorboards. They're all sealed over. Story number 14. I didn't hear my door open. I live with my parents, and this wouldn't be the first time I've dealt with some type of a paranormal experience. I remember this was about a year ago, so it wasn't that long ago when I was coming back from using the bathroom that night. It was around 1 a.m. when I was about to go to bed, and let me just say my room is the closest room to the living room and my parents' room, and my sister's room was closer to the den in my parents' house. When I went to bed finally, I had just gotten comfortable, had my music playing on YouTube, and all in all, warm and comfy. At the time, I was sleeping on my back with the blanket over my head. I don't know why I do it, I just like to cover my head. Now again, this wouldn't be the first time I've experienced stuff like this. You know, paranormal and whatnot. I usually wake up with random bruising on my legs most mornings, actually. When I was almost asleep and I was enjoying the peaceful thought of being almost sound asleep, when all of a sudden I felt the bed dip down next to my calf and ankle area on my legs. My body froze, I stopped breathing, and my eyes stayed open. Any type of sleep I had was gone. I stayed as still as possible. And then I felt the presence lift up. I finally got the courage to uncover my head and catch my breath. I turned on my phone's flashlight and shined it all over my room. Found absolutely no sign of anyone being in my room. I was scared, awake, and out of breath. What the fuck was that? I stayed up for a little bit longer waiting for something else to happen, but maybe that thing would come back. But nothing happened, so I shrugged it off, fell back asleep. The next morning I woke up and walked into my mom's room and asked her, "Hey, did you come into my room last night and check on me?" She looked at me really confused and said, "No, why would I?" My stomach dropped. I proceeded to tell her what had happened, and she told me that it was weird, but wouldn't surprise her considering the stuff that's happened around our house. Looking back on that time and remembering what all had happened that night still creeps me out. But what makes this story really creepy is the fact that I didn't hear any footsteps or my door to my room open at all. Story number 15. Is this normal to experience after surgery? So a couple of years ago, give or take like 2016-17 era, my dad went under for an open heart surgery. The surgery itself was complicated, but he made it out safely and okay. It was the things that he said afterward that scared me. Once he recovered and was able to tell us what he needed and wanted, he kept on talking about this nurse. A nurse none of us had seen or even noticed around the ICU. He talked about a tall man in blue scrubs with black hair tied up in a bun and a goatee. My dad was convinced it was the devil or something haunting him. He said he has vivid memories of the supposed man telling him how he was going to die, how he wanted to get rid of him. I wish I could say I knew what my dad was talking about, but none of my family ever saw this man. My relatives that stayed overnight never saw him either. My dad still talks about him years later, and he's still too scared to go into depth about this man. The only memory I truly do have is when my dad would call my mom late at night from the hospital. He would call panicked and tell her, "He's trying to kill me, and they're trying to kill me. Come get me." We couldn't, because 1, he was in recovery, and 2, nobody in my family drives other than my dad. I don't know what my dad experienced that day, and I don't know if there's an answer to all of this. All I know is that I'm creeped out, and I'm like 50% sure that my dad experienced something paranormal through those days. Story number 16. The tall men getting close again. Recalling things that have happened here in my home has never been something I enjoyed. If I'm being honest, it scares the shit out of me. I can't stop recalling this one incident that still makes me nervous now thinking about it. Anyways, a couple of years ago, I was about 15 or 16, so only 4 years ago. I shared a room with my teen, 12 to 13-year-old younger sister. It was during the summer, so nothing was strange to us when it came to sleeping with the door open. Our parents would tell us that it was just a pretty well-ventilated room. But regardless, we were used to that. It wasn't strange to wake up to the room door being wide open. One day, I think early morning, I woke to sounds of my sister crying. I didn't think much of it, but as her older sister, I got up and went to comfort and check on her. She was a sobbing, uncontrollable mess. Her tears felt endless as I asked her continuously what happened. Through muffled sobs, she points at the door and mutters in a broken cry, "The men on the stairs with the trash bag." I was confused and followed her gaze, but I saw nothing. I chalked it up to her just recalling a nightmare and brushed away her fear like it was nothing. Proceeded to get up and closed the door. Closed it to provide us some peace. I calmed her down and lulled her back to sleep since it was still pretty early in the morning. I went back to bed and fell asleep once again shortly after. An hour later, I woke up to her once again crying, yet more terrified this time. Her eyes red, with seemed like more red than before, and I asked what happened. Once again, through her cry, she said, the tall men with the trash bags, they're getting closer." Even I started getting nervous. That was when I noticed the door was wide open once again, despite me locking it earlier. Ignoring my own nervousness, I held her and laid with her as we both fell asleep. A couple hours later, my sister was calmer and better now, but we both knew that we were scared. Almost half a decade later, and she still claims it was the scariest experience she's ever had. I can only consider myself lucky that I didn't witness the tall men too. Story number 17. My mom's childhood stories of her home galaxy. When my mom was young, starting from 2 to 3 years old, she would talk about the triangle in the sky and the triangle galaxy. She said that was where she was from, and eventually she would go back there to be with her quote-unquote old family. The family from before she was here. My grandparents were not into astrophysics. They weren't academics or hobby astronomers. They also didn't have a television at this point, so my mom had pretty limited exposure to any general astronomy knowledge in childhood. When she was around the age of 8, she learned about planets and stars in school and saw the Triangulum Galaxy in one of the space books in the classroom. She immediately told her teacher, "This is my galaxy. This is where I'm from." Obviously, she was just brushed it off, and I admit it could be just shit kids say, but I always found the story to be a bit unsettling. My mom has always been a big believer in aliens and the paranormal, which is probably the reason I'm into it as well. She says that she can't remember much about this from her early childhood, but remembers some of the conversations from when she was a bit older, like talking to the teacher. She says she felt completely confident when telling these things to people because she didn't realize that it was strange to say. It was just her experience, and she wanted to share. She says she remembers being excited to find the excerpt from the book at school because she knew that that was where she came from. Story number 18. Haunted House in the Woods. This is a story about my experience of the paranormal in a remote village. I was in my maternal uncle's house with 2 cousins, and around 11 p.m. one of our neighbors called my cousin's brother, asking for the key of his house, as he was there in their house last. So I will give a description of the area first. It's a really remote village where roads came recently, and before that we used to walk through the woods to travel through the village. and also houses have big distances between them, like 200, 250 meters. So after the call of 3 of us, we went over to his place. The way was quite creepy because after roads came down to connect the village, the woody way were hardly used. It was getting covered by big grasses and things like this. We reached there, and it was a wooden house. For reference, let's say 2 stories, but actually the ground floor had no rooms, but rather it was a place where they used to keep cows. There were no cows now. It was all empty, and above was where they lived, but at that time no one of his family were there, and he also had just arrived now after months. We went up, and my cousin told him that he had kept the key up there in the ceiling, and when he was searching for it, the key fell down. They sent me to go get it, and I went down through the metal stairs, but I was having a creepy feeling. I had a torchlight, and it just went off. I turned it on, got the key, and ran back up. We went in, had some weed, and talked a bit. There were 4 of us. Then we decided to go to sleep. 2 of them slept in the bed, and 2 of us slept on the floor. Me and the person on the floor weren't sleepy, so we decided to listen to some music as there was no internet service in that area, and we had some songs saved on the phone. After some time, we heard some noise coming from the floor. We thought it was an insect which eats wood, so we searched for it but found nothing. We ignored it and listened to music, but that noise was not stopping, so we searched again and tried to find the source. It was coming from the ground floor, like ceiling scratching from down there, as the noise was also moving from one corner to the other. We got spooked and decided to ignore it because only 2 of us were awake. After some time, we heard footsteps coming from the stairs as it was metallic. Now we were panicking. The kitchen was not in the same building, but was next to the house. After some time, we literally heard utensils being thrown from one corner to the other, like there was some fight going on. We were just so scared at that point that we decided to just cover ourselves with a blanket and not open our eyes or move. The next day, we went back and shared the story to our cousin's brother. He said that the neighbor's brother took his own life a long time back, and like he was relating it to that, but don't really know what it was. Welcome to Paranormal M, where we explore the realms of the paranormal and the supernatural. Subscribe and turn on notifications to be in the cutting edge of our latest eerie tales. We hope you enjoy the journey into the paranormal. Story number 1, The Old Church. When I was younger, I used to live next to this very old and run-down church. This church was one of the town's original buildings from the late 1800s. It had been remodeled a few times, but mostly the building had maintained its original design. It was a large, square, white plaster-sided building with a very short bell tower capping the top of the roof. The church had gone through several owners for various reasons and had also been used for several purposes while I was growing up. When I was very young, it was basically abandoned, and kids would sometimes play in there. I never really liked being in that church. It just made me feel uncomfortable. So I would rarely go into the church, even when other kids were there. At some point, it became a night school. The teenagers that had to attend the school would say that they would see spooky things out of the corners of their eyes, or hear strange sounds when no one was talking. Very shortly after becoming a night school, they moved the school to another building. They said it was because they needed more space, but all the teens joked that it was because the teachers were frightened of the building itself. After being empty for another year or so, it was rented out to a family who turned it into their house. The family was lower middle class, just like my family, and they rented it because it was so cheap. Their living room was basically the bottom floor of the building, since the church hadn't been remodeled into a proper house. It was just being used as one. Even then, I didn't really like that church. It was directly attached to our yard, and I wouldn't get too close at night because it creeped me out that much. Despite the creepy church house, our families became fairly close in the short time that they lived there, and my mom would babysit their infant from time to time pretty often. I was around 13 at that time, and my friends were friends with the 2 other kids who lived in that church. They would tell me that they thought the church was a little creepy at night too, but nothing really interesting had happened to them. One night, my younger sister got scared of something and woke me up. She said she heard something weird outside of her window and wanted me to check it out for her. Her bedroom window is on the 2nd floor and faces the church. Now, I'm not super keen on doing this, but I feel like I have to, so I do it anyway. I get to her window and look outside. To my relief, I don't see anything of interest. No marks on the window, nothing outside in the yard, no cliched branches rubbing on the window. I begin to tell her it's fine when we both hear what sounds like a baby crying in the distance. I realize it must be the neighbor's baby and tell her not to worry about it. I just think to myself that their baby must be incredibly loud for us to hear it all the way over here. I take another look out the window to see a woman in a red dress walking by the church window, cradling what must have been the baby. I get chills down my spine and I look away quickly. I assume it was my neighbor's mom and decide that it's time to go back to bed. A few months later, it's the neighbor's turn to babysit us for my mom. My sister and I pretty much have to stay the night in this creepy church with our neighbors. The neighbor kids showed us around their house to make sure that we knew where everything was. The 2 kids' bedrooms are upstairs next to the nursery that they set up for the baby. Mom and Dad's room was downstairs because it was the biggest bedroom. The kitchen and bathroom were downstairs and attached to the living room. It was an interesting layout for the house, but it was obviously still just a church with a living room set up in the main hall. We spent most of the night watching movies and cartoons and were successfully distracted for the majority of the evening. Eventually, it was bedtime, so we rolled out our sleeping bags and went to sleep in the living room. At some point in the night, we were all woken up by the baby crying from upstairs. It was annoyingly loud. We hoped the baby would just stop on its own, but after waiting for a while, the neighbor kid decided that it was time to wake up their parents. The mom came out of their room, wondering what was wrong, and we told her that the baby was crying. She looked really confused and listened quietly for a moment, and obviously, she too heard the baby crying. She then turned around and woke up her husband and said something to him in a frightened tone. It was dark, so we couldn't see much into their bedroom, but after a moment she came out of their bedroom holding their sleeping baby. The crying continued. Her husband came out of their bedroom holding a broom like a baseball bat and tells us to all stay downstairs. We're all terrified and going into the living room to sit on the couch and waiting for him to come back. As he climbs the squeaking stairs, we can still hear the baby crying, while their baby is still fast asleep. Suddenly the crying stops. You can hear the husband walking around on the old floorboards, creaking with every step, and he yells, "Come on out or I'll call the police." No response. After a while of creaking floorboards, he comes back downstairs and shrugs his shoulders. "Probably an injured animal or something. Must have scared it away," he says. Despite that, we all spent the rest of the evening by that couch together. They moved away shortly after, and the church remained uninhabited for several years after that. A few years after the baby incident, I became friends with somebody who had moved into that house across the street from the church after they'd moved away. When I learned that he had lived across the street from where I used to live, I told him how I always hated that church. He agreed. Before I could tell him my story, he told me one of his own. He told me that he had once been getting home late when he thought he heard someone yelling in the distance. He wasn't able to make out any words, but he was sure that he heard someone yelling something from far away. So he started looking around when he spotted a woman in a red dress circling inside the bell tower of that church, walking where there used to be a floor. His story made me shudder as I remembered the woman outside my sister's window. Story number 2. A couple of small stories. Just a small collection of things that happened that were weird and spooky. Just today I was reading a story about a ghost trying to get someone's attention. They were trying to get their attention aloud to my sister, and the alarm went off, set for nowhere near the time that it happened, too. I heard noises underneath my bed a couple of years ago. One was an organ or a piano, and I was in the basement with no such instruments in this house. A disembodied voice that sounded like my mom calling my name while I was waiting for the bus. I woke myself up and she was sleeping. I walked into a room in the basement and saw a little Amish boy in the corner. I thought he was my sister at first, but when I looked back, he had vanished. I had a bunk bed and always had it in the couch position, with curtains around it, and was constantly just watching a shadow figure walk around and disappear or something right before it got to the one open side of the bed. Story number 3. The Lone Walker. There's reason why the phrase, "things that go bump in the night," exist. While working the night shift on the railroad, one of the sites that we were conducting repairs on happens to rest next to a graveyard. The timing couldn't be more perfect because it was the middle of October, which only added to the eerie nature of the environment. It can be said that what I saw could be chalked up to fatigue or my subconscious playing a trick on me. But that doesn't explain why the entire work crew saw the same thing. To set the scene, my team was sent out to repair the tracks at a local station, which rest in a nice but historic area. Residing next to the station is a bike path, residential housing, and an old cemetery. Work progressed as normal. We were making great timing on the repairs. It had gotten late in the night, around 11 p.m., when we saw an older gentleman casually walking down the bike path. He was pale, wearing a tan button-down shirt, short sleeves too, khaki pants, a strange hat, and most notably a feather tucked behind his ear. Just before he reached the entrance to the station, he made a sharp right turn and disappeared into the thick brush that separated the cemetery and the bike trail. It should be noted all the residential housing was behind us and could only be accessed by crossing through the work zone. It wouldn't be too out of place to see people use the trail that late, but it was 48 degrees outside and there was no path in the brush for the old man to traverse through. We grew concerned when no one saw him exit the woods. We thought that he went in to go around the construction equipment. Everybody saw him go in, but no trace of the man was ever found. Not even broken twigs or crushed leaves from where they first entered. To add to this mystery, the only thing on that side of the brush was a tall stone wall for the cemetery. We continued on with the night, but the oddity was not forgotten. Please share some real scary ghost stories that happened to you. We lived in a big house that was located in the Blue Ridge Mountains. We grew up there, and nothing ever happened. But when we went to my grandma's house, that was just down the road, the creepiest things would happen to my sister. She would say at night after we all fell asleep that she would be woken up by a slap across the stomach. She thought it was me, came into my room to yell at me. When she came in, I was sound asleep and she freaked out, so I let her sleep in my room. Another time we were outside playing and it was getting dark. I said as we were cleaning up that I had to go inside to the bathroom and I would be back. She said okay, but when I got back, she was laying on the ground, screaming and crying. She said she saw me come out of the house and run right at her and then punch her in the face. Then she said I shook off around the corner of the house, and when she went after me, she saw something horrifying. She said it was a tall creature, probably about 7 feet in height and wearing a black robe. She said she saw it and froze in fear, and it kept looking at her, but all she could see was its glowing eyes from the darkness. Then she said it let out a horrible scream, and she blinked and it was gone. Then she collapsed on the ground where I saw her. She told my grandma, but she acted like my sister was just playing. 2 days later, my grandma came flying up to our house at around 10:30 a.m. She came in screaming. She said that she was last night in the kitchen making brownies when she heard someone at the front door knocking. She said it was around 8, so she was a little scared, but she went to see who it is. There was no one there. She thought it was some kind of kid from down the road, maybe, but she thought nothing of it. But then later in the kitchen, out of the corner of her eye, saw a little man walking from the living room up the stairs. She flipped out, but then she talked herself down, thinking it was just her seeing things. She said that she didn't go to bed until 3 in the morning, which isn't unusual for her, and she said it was around 10 in the morning when she felt the blanket being pulled off of her. She shot up and saw a little man at the foot of her bed smiling. So she ran out of the house and came straight to us. She now sold the house. Story number 5. My grandfather's house. It was always a tradition in my family to go to my grandfather's house every Sunday for lunch. It was a tradition that had happened since before me and my older sister were even born. The house had always given me pretty weird vibes since I was around 7. Yet for some reason I felt attached to the house more than I did my own. It's not unusual to feel like a place that you go to a lot is like a second home, but it felt more than that. I know that it sounds fake and it's up to you whether you want to believe me or not, but I would get a physical pain in my chest whenever we would have to leave. It was as if something was trying to keep me there. My grandfather passed away in early 2020 due to a mountain of health complications. Me and my family moved into his house to keep it in the family. I got my uncle's old room. My parents got the spare room, the biggest room in the house, and my sister got my grandfather's room, which is going to be important later. By this time, the pain I would get in my chest stopped, and although I probably should have told someone, I was a kid at the time and I was having these pains, so I didn't know that it couldn't have just been something serious. Everything was going fine for the first 3 weeks or so. We got settled in, and life continued as normal. That was until my sister started getting scratches down her leg while she would sleep. They were long and went from around her thigh to her knee. She still has scars from them, too. There were some nights that she would wake up with what looked like burns on her arms. I thought for a long time that this was a ploy to scare me. Although looking back, I highly doubt that she would burn and scratch herself for a little joke. I would start to see shadows in the corner of my eye, but because I loved horror movies so much, I chalked it up to my imagination. My sister moved out when she was 18. I got a rolled room. After around 2 weeks of being in that room, I started to fully experience what my sister was talking about. I got long scratches down my legs and my chest. We have a dog, but she sleeps in my parents' room. This was not the experience that truly instilled my belief in spirits, though. I started to hear things coming from my attic. It was more than the occasional noise. Every single night, I could just sit here and hear what sounded like harsh footsteps and scurrying constantly. I originally had the same thought that a lot of people are probably thinking. It's some sort of rodent. So my parents did the natural thing called the exterminator. However, when the exterminator came and looked in the attic, there was no rodents and no traces that a rodent had ever been there in the first place. Raised by the dead. My mom's house was haunted growing up. First experience that she had was a shadow figure in the attic window who had appeared to be in a rocking chair. She had the feeling someone was staring at her and immediately thought, okay, I won't be the only one living here. We'd have dogs bark at random corners of the house. Every dog we ever had would refuse to go into the basement, where my bedroom was. Doors would slam shut, gusts of wind, shadows nor peripheral. Hearing footsteps on the old creaky floors numerous times in the middle of the night. Usually during a thunderstorm. We'd hear the front door slam to and footsteps. This was outside my mom's bedroom door. My mom would experience a figure of a lady with frizzy hair standing at the end of her bed, where there's a window, so it's easier to make out her shape. A few times she felt it sit on the end of her bed. The mattress lowered, and she saw the figure in a sitting position, staring at her. As a kid, I couldn't explain what I was experiencing. I'd always have to run to my room through the basement. Always felt like something was right behind me. The craziest part is, when I told my mom I was moving out for the first time, activity increased tenfold. My girlfriend at the time, who is now my wife and mother of our 2 kids, didn't at this time believe in the paranormal at all. Until she had an extremely stressful 6 months. Panic attacks weighed on her shoulders, bad dreams, would need to pull over numerous times to step out for fresh air. Then we were at a party at my mom's neighbor's house. This lady approached me and asked me if my partner was okay. I said she's just tired. Then she said she was a medium and asked if it was okay if she went and spoke with her. Apparently the spirit in my mom's house was trapped there. She killed herself by hanging in the attic during World War II. When she learned the news of her husband's death in battle, so my mom always said it was her first sighting was when it was in a rocking chair, but it really was just her hanging. He was drafted, and then they bought his family house and planned to start a family. The thing that freaked me out the most is the medium said that I see her right now in your kitchen window. The medium was able to tell me details of my house, the exact burnt orange color of our basement floor, a sticker on my bedroom door. She's watching over your girlfriend to make sure she's the right one. This spirit is playing a motherly role in your life because all she wanted in life was to have kids of her own. Try to let her understand everything is okay. She's the right one for you, and to let her know she's dead and needs to move on. We did exactly that. We have another friend who's also a medium. My girlfriend went and spoke with her about all of this for her opinion. She confirmed everything, said that the lady's in the room with us right now, standing right behind her. So she was able to attach herself to her and attempt to torment her life. Our friend said her name was Mary, which is wild because as a kid I told my mom that's what the ghost's name was. No idea how I knew. We looked up our home in the city archives at the library and, well, I guess you could just say, sure enough, Mary lived and died there in the 40s. I think we successfully guided her out of our world because my mom says the house is now quiet. She's not around anymore. Story number 7. The time the hospital elevator sent me to the basement. This is probably 11 years ago now. My mom was in the hospital. Can't remember why now, but she was there a few days. I went to go visit her and she was like on the 5th floor. I hate elevators, but I had to take it because I only knew how to get to her room by the elevator. This hospital was usually packed, but when the elevator doors opened, no one was inside and no one joined me. I stepped in, pressed the 5th floor button, and nothing happened. Frustrated, I pressed it repeatedly, and still nothing was happening. I got an eerie feeling, and I was about to get off when things shifted and the doors began to close. I pressed the 5th floor button again, but to my horror, the elevator started going down. My heart was beating like crazy. It just went down until finally it stopped and the doors opened. I knew I had to be in the basement because the floor it took me to was super quiet and dark. There was only a small light down there. I quickly began furiously pushing the 5th floor button, but nothing was happening. I had no idea where I was, but knew I was going to need help because the elevator wasn't working. As apprehensive as I was, I peeked out of the elevator and almost screamed when I saw a man standing by the corner near some janitorial supplies. I froze. I don't even remember if he spoke to me, but I know he said something. Maybe like, "They brought you down here?" He was very nonchalant. I just nodded and stepped out. I think because he told me there was another elevator I could take. The one I was in was not closing or going back up, so I stepped out and indeed, there was another elevator beside the one I was just in. I pushed the button and the second those doors opened, I flew in and pressed the 5th floor. I didn't see that man anymore. I figured he left and I was glad. The elevator went up and when I was finally at the 5th floor, I let out a big sigh of relief. I was so nervous as I made my way to my mom's room, and I was so happy when she told me they'd be releasing her that day. Story number 8. And if you guys are still up, don't forget to leave a comment and maybe a like. It helps us keep this channel going. And yes, my neighbor's kid is screaming outside. Not part of the horror part. Story number 8. Date appeared on my mirror. Hi, this actually happened to me back in 2016, but it's really creeped me out since it's happened. I have one of those over-the-door mirrors. Nothing special about it. My boyfriend bought it from Kohl's. Anyways, when I moved the door to access my closet, I noticed something was written on my mirror, only because the sun happened to hit it in just that right spot. I looked over the mirror and noticed the date was October 3rd. I get so nervous just remembering it. The handwriting was clearly not my own, and why the hell would I write something on my mirror? To clarify, this wasn't written in pen. It was like if somebody had written it with their fingernail. The only other person living with me was my boyfriend, so I asked him if he did it. He said the same thing. Why would I write on your mirror? Occasionally, my little sister would come to visit, but she is way too little to reach the spot where that date was written, and she could definitely not spell like that. So this date just randomly appeared on my mirror. I don't know how long it had been there. I'd also owned this mirror for about 2 years then, and had cleaned it several times. I cleaned the mirror after discovering it, but I honestly was terrified at how it got there since I dread that day was October 3rd. I often even call into the work that day. It's never happened again. Keep hearing crazy metal banging after hearing my neighbor's kids scream. Listening. Well, that's just odd, guys. I guess no noise is good noise. Story number 9. The Banshee. My father passed away about 2 years ago now, and I had flown out to the Pacific Northwest to be at his deathbed, along with the rest of my family. So I was the last one to arrive, and we began a 2-day-long vigil of sorts. He had been out pretty much all of it for days, with the morphine and all that. But when I got there, he had become totally lucid for about 5 minutes, remarking on my haircut and other totally mundane things. My family was astounded. It was the first time lucidity he'd had in weeks. Anyway, so I went upstairs to get some sleep around midnight, just lying on top of one of those beds with the door open, clothes still on. I was startled from a semi-sleep at 2:30 a.m. by the most horrendous scream I've ever heard in my life. I about fell down, leaping out of bed, and ran down the stairs to find nothing at all. My dad's bed was in the family room next to the big double doors looking out of the Cascade Mountain range. He was asleep, and pretty out of it. My sister was sound asleep in the chair next to him, and my brother and his wife were in the bedroom adjacent to the living room, again, sound asleep. My mom was asleep on the couch next to his bed. Imagine the sound of a screaming woman, but like sped up. It was like a 5-second long sustained scream or screech that cut off at the end, like someone played a recording of a scream but left out the beginning and the end. It was long enough that it woke me up, and I was standing when it ended. Weird. So it was not a dream by any means. My first thought was that Dad was gone and my sister was screaming. What is with everybody tonight? Gecko, neighbors? My first thought is that my dad was gone and my sister was screaming. She's not like that, but it's all I could think of. He passed away peacefully 6 hours later, all of us by his side. So I haven't said anything to anybody except my wife. It wasn't until months later that I was reading an article about the Banshee, and I instantly knew that's what it was. My family's Irish, and from what I've read, it can run in families. One of my cousins had a similar experience back in the 70s. Forgotten about that. Story number 10. Al, you're dead. Go back to Georgia. When I was 6 months old, my family moved to Malmstrom, AFB, in Great Falls. This is in Montana. My dad was in the Air Force at the time. His job was security police, which means that he guarded the missile fields. It usually meant that he spent multiple days at a time in the field, important for later. The way housing works in the military is one family out, the next family in. The departing family is responsible for top-to-bottom cleaning of the house. A lot of times, the incoming family can go and take a look at the house to see if they want to accept it. Within a few days of arriving there, we were offered a house. My mother, who was a SAHM, don't know what that stands for, went to look at the house. She met Debbie, who was a current resident of the house. The house wasn't even close to being ready to pass final inspection, so my mom helped her clean so it would pass. After they had finished cleaning, my mom and Debbie were saying that all their goodbyes and all that good stuff. And all that when Debbie abruptly says to my mom, "You're going to hear a lot of stuff. So here's what happened. I killed my husband. Debbie's husband, Al, was having an affair. Al was telling his girlfriend that he and Debbie were divorcing, and he wasn't telling Debbie shit. Well, somehow they got together and confronted Al out of their house. They made him choose, and he chose the girlfriend. Al and the girlfriend then proceeded to leave. Debbie, overcome with emotion, grabs a knife, goes up to Al and spikes him once in the shoulder, right as he's about to get into his car. She immediately drops the knife and apologizes and tries to help him. Al runs. Al ends up pumping out all the blood of his system and loses consciousness as someone's porch really just lays there, eventually dies from massive blood loss. Debbie is charged, but ends up only getting like 7 years probation in her home state of Georgia. The wound would have only required stitches if he hadn't have run. It was a crime of passion, and even the girlfriend testified that she tried to help and was immediately remorseful. So, we moved in. Now, I was too little to remember fuck all, but... So all this is my mother's telling. Immediately after we move in, weird stuff starts to happen. My mother was a smoker at the time and made a little corner in the basement where she would smoke cigarettes and read books. Sometimes the light would just click off. So, she would just turn it back on at first. After it kept happening, she had civil engineering come out and check the wiring. They ended up coming out 3 different times, never finding anything wrong. Eventually, my mom would just ask for Al to turn the light back on, and he would. Sometimes, one day, while down there smoking, the light went off, and when my mom asked to turn the light on, Al proceeded to flash SOS in Morse code. That was the last time my mom smoked in the basement. I forgot this bit, but sometimes it would feel like someone was caressing her cheek while she was reading. The floor plan of the house was basically cut right in half. Going in the front door, the kitchen, dining room, living room were all on the left of that order. About halfway into the house on the right was the door to the hallway that had all the bedrooms and the bathroom at the end of the hallway. My mom spent a lot of nights alone because of my dad's job. After she put us down for the night, she would close the door to the hallway and watch TV. On a pretty regular basis, the doors to the hallway would just open while my mom was watching TV. At first, she thought it could be my older sister that was around 4 at the time. But when she'd check, my sister would be soundly sleeping. The only other major incident that happened was one night it looked like smoke was coming up from behind the TV. It took the shape of a man's face. When my mom got up to take a closer look at the TV, the smoke immediately dissipated. The next day, she told her neighbor what she saw, and the neighbor freaked out because my mom had just described Al perfectly. One day, my mom was watching some show about the supernatural, and on this show, they were discussing how when people, especially men, freeze or bleed to death, they don't realize that they're dead, because you just lose consciousness and die. They also said that if you're being troubled by such a spirit, that you should address them by their name, remind them that they're dead, and tell them to go wherever they are for resting. From that point on, whenever Al did any of his ghostly shit, my mom would say, "Al, you're dead, go back to Georgia." This happened so often it became a routine for her. One night my mom had some friends over to hang out. Al pops the hallway door open. Instinctively, my mom says, "Al, you're dead, go back to Georgia." Everyone in the room just looks at my mom like crazy. She then has to explain the whole thing, and for the rest of the night, she had to escort anybody down the hallway that had to use the bathroom. However, that was the final appearance of Al. He finally realized he had died and found his peace. Story number 11. What the fuck were those hooded figures I saw as a kid? When I was a kid, about 7 years old, I saw these 3 hooded figures on 2 separate occasions, and I still wonder to this day what the I witnessed. curious to know if anybody else has seen or heard of anything like this. So the first time it happened was at nighttime. I had not long gone to bed, and I was just laying there quietly waiting to fall asleep. I used to be quite scared of the dark when I was at that age, and I'd already had a few paranormal experiences by then, so my parents would leave the hallway light on for me and my door open just a few inches. The way my bed was positioned against the wall meant that I could see down past my feet, through the doorway, and down the hallway. All of a sudden, I saw 3 hooded figures coming down the hallway in single file towards me, and then turning left into my parents' room. The third one stopped for a moment and looked into my room straight at me. And that was when I screamed for my mom. The second time it happened was a few months later, and during the daytime. I was just chilling in my room alone playing with my toys when something caught my eye in my parents' room. I turned to look and saw the 3 figures walking in single file again. Both times I only saw them for a few seconds. Of course I was scared, because that's not normal, but I didn't feel threatened by them. They were quite small, maybe 5 foot or so, and they looked quite like monks. Well, the clothes did anyways. I couldn't see their faces as it was just blackness. They moved in the same way monks walk, like slow and deliberate paces, with heads down kind of thing, you know? My dad was fighting with the council at the time to stop them cutting down the lovely big oak trees in front of our house, and he thought that that might be spirits connected to the trees in some way. I don't know what or who they were, but it was very strange, and I can remember it so vividly, 30+ years later. Story number 12. Shit, she saw me. When I was 12, I went to stay at my grandma's house for the night, as we were going to the desert hot springs in the morning. Well, that night I could not sleep. I was sleeping in my grandma's bed. I couldn't stop getting out of bed, lying on the floor, listening to my MP3 player. Yay, 2008. When I finally decided to lay down next to her and settle down, it happened. I looked down at the foot of the bed. There was a silhouette of a head looking at me, like somebody was knelt down. When I looked at it, it ducked down, as if it didn't mean for me to see it. I freaked out. I turned towards my grandma, and I heard the sound of someone crawling on the floor. The carpet in my grandma's house was weird. It made a very distinct crunching sound as you walked on it. Well, I heard someone crawling on the floor, around the side of the bed, over to my side of the bed. That was the first and only time I'd ever understood what paralyzed from fear meant. I broke out in the worst sweat. I swear to God, I felt someone standing over me. I heard the breathing. This lasted for about a minute, and when I was brave enough, I turned and of course, nobody was there. Funny thing I didn't realize until I started writing this is I knew from the second I saw a head looking at me that this was a paranormal experience. I saw a head, I heard someone crawling on the floor, and I felt someone standing over me. Maybe I'm stupid, but this easily could have been an intruder. But the entire experience and every day since, I knew it was a spirit. Not the first encounter I've had with one. I never heard footsteps walk away from me, and believe me, I would have. The presence I felt gradually subsided. I was scared, but I thank God I knew immediately what it was. I don't know what I'd have done if I thought it wasn't an actual person who was breaking in. I really wish I knew who that was looking at me. To this day, freaks me out. Even typing this. I had to get on my bed because I got scared of something coming out from underneath it. Story number 13. I experienced something, and I don't know where to go about this. I'm terrified to go back. I work in healthcare and take care of people inside their homes. My individual went to bed, so I was just relaxing on the couch at his house while my coworker was in a different room talking to his girlfriend. As I'm laying on this couch, I see something out of the corner of my eye. A pair of legs. I don't think anything of it. I just assumed my coworker thought I was asleep and was trying to sneak up just to mess with me. Everything was good until I saw a second pair, and then I started to freak out because there's only 3 people in the house, and my individual was asleep in the room in the front of me. When I looked up, I saw an elderly woman. I saw her pure as day. Crystal clear. I could make out every feature on her as she started walking to my individual's bedroom. I was terrified, as an elderly woman has died in this house before, and other staff have talked about seeing a woman or a shadowy figure in the house. It's very common, apparently. When she got close to my person's bedroom where he was resting, I looked to see an elderly man. He was running, but his legs were walking. That makes sense. He was way faster than his legs were moving. I can't really explain it. They both disappeared into my person's bedroom, and right as they happened to be next to the door, it creaked open. I was paralyzed with fear. I could feel something just staring at me or reaching out for me. I could just feel its energy. I felt so unsafe and had an overwhelming sense of dread. I yelled out for my coworker and he ran in, and the door beside me closed, and he witnessed it too. For the rest of the night, nothing too big happened besides for shadowy figures and stuff moving. It's very common for small things like this to happen around that house. But I'm coming here because I've been freaking out ever since. No one believes me, and I swear on my mom I saw this old couple as pure as day. I can't comprehend it. I feel like they're following me too. I just feel so unsafe at all times now. Does anybody know what I should do, or does anybody even believe me? Story number 14. The Man, the Dog, and the Boy. So a little backstory. My wife and I were youth leaders at a church that had been, well, I guess you could just say it had a recreation building attached. When you walked into the building, it was a gymnasium, and at the back was a hallway that led to the bathrooms and a set of stairs that went up to the second floor. My wife and I would have Nerf wars with some of the youth and her siblings occasionally. We played one game, which was hide and seek in the dark with Nerf guns. Nice. I have 3 encounters to share. The first time I was hiding down the hallway next to one of the bathrooms, and I was facing the stairs. A little bit of light was coming through a window upstairs, but otherwise it was dark. As I was sitting there, I saw a 6-foot-tall person, who I thought was my friend, just looking out of the bathroom at me. I didn't think too much of it until I heard his voice out in the gymnasium. The other times was on the same day. Again, I was hiding down the hallway because everybody else was spooked because of what happened last time. Well, I saw my wife, her siblings, and another friend come down the stairs and go into the gymnasium. Right behind them came a dog. Only problem was there wasn't a dog in the building. It looked like a sick and tired greyhound. It looked out into the gymnasium and everybody else, and then looked at me. Right after it did, it disappeared, and everything went black and cold. I could still hear, but I couldn't see. I tried to stay calm, but eventually got to where I could see the light from the window. Later, as I was still recovering from what had happened and still hiding in the hallway, I heard a knock on the wall, and then a kid appeared half in and half out of the wall. He looked at me, and then it went dark. At the same time, my wife screamed, and I noped out of there in the direction I thought the light switch was. My wife told me later that she heard the knock and went to investigate because she thought it was me. When she went over there, she heard a growl from the wall. Needless to say, that was the last time we played Nerf there. Story number 15. Strange nighttime occurrence from my childhood. One night when I was around 7 years of age, roughly, I was just drifting off to sleep when I suddenly landed on my bed. And I mean landed as if I'd been hovering over it and was suddenly dropped like a sprint call. I looked around the room and found no one. My first thought was that it was just Jeff playing a prank. Jeff being a quirky friend of the family who was staying over that night. So I left my room to confront him. In retrospect, lifting a sleeping or almost a sleeping child and dropping him was really never one of Jeff's styles, you could say, but he was the most likely suspect that I had in mind. He was on the couch watching television with my parents and had no idea what I was even talking about. My parents vouched for him, stating that he had been there with them the entire time. I went back to bed, a little bit more than confused. Soon, this became a semi-regular occurrence and would happen sporadically throughout the remainder of my childhood, even continuing well into my teens, maybe even early adulthood, though I can't say for sure. Now, it does seem like being dropped onto your bed when you weren't even aware of not having been in it would be a traumatic experience, especially if it was reoccurring over the course of several years, but after the initial moment of being startled, it would leave a little impression, other than mild curiosity, or sometimes mild irritation. I did try to stay fully awake some nights, in the hopes of catching the event from the beginning and maybe seeing what it was that was lifting me. But it always occurred when I was half asleep and not aware of my surroundings. This never seemed to occur when I was fully asleep, but always in the nightlight realm, between conscious and unconscious. I don't know how I know that. I think it was just the feeling I would have afterwards, the feeling of almost having been asleep, that it never happened when I was awake enough to fully perceive what had happened. The closest I got was becoming fully awake just before the moment of impact. I know, Gecko. And actually seeing my pillow coming up at me. But that was the closest I ever came. The drops would happen the same way, pretty consistently the same way, with little variation. The only thing that would sometimes change would be the elevation. Sometimes I would hit the bed with a light impact as if I'd only been dropped from a few inches, and sometimes with a much heavier impact as if I had almost been lifted to the ceiling before my descent. The latter being the more annoying ones because it gave me the same jarring feeling that you get when you're in a hammock that suddenly collapses, where you feel as if your bones had separated themselves from your flesh so that your skeleton is loose inside your body. That's the feeling I get anyways. And it's not the one that I'm particularly fond of. Even then, I was never really scared, just a slight nuisance. It might also be worth mentioning that it wasn't just those two extremes. Often, in fact, maybe most of the time, it would be somewhere in between. Thinking back, I don't know why this didn't scare me. One reason might be that I always dropped on the center of my bed as opposed to on the floor or where I would hit the headboard. So it seemed safe enough. I simply knew it as that weird thing that sometimes happened. My parents were never concerned about it either. To them, it was just that weird thing that happened that Matthew sometimes mentions having happened. The one thing I've heard, writer, the narrator's opinion here, randomly, I don't know why I'm saying it, but I feel compelled to. Your body has like a sort of natural response when it thinks it's dying, or if your heart's stopping in order to jolt yourself, or rather stop yourself from having that happen. So, if you're ever laying flat and all of a sudden you're about to fall asleep and you just grab the bed all of a sudden because you're like, whoa, and you think that you fell or you have this sensation of falling, it's It's usually this autonomic response that your body gives in order to stop yourself from quote-unquote dying, except obviously you're not dying. Just my 4th cents on that. Story number 16. Okay, it's time I talk about stuff. Something has been following me my whole life. I'm not going to go into introspection or any sort of personal theory. I'm just going to give some short stories of events that have happened in my life leading up to this morning. I never really thought of these events as connected in any way, but my girlfriend, who's a spiritualist and a medium, has been drawing some concerning lines between the events. 4 to 6 years old, unsure of the exact age. My oldest brother, a male 20, took my siblings, myself, and a couple neighborhood friends, ages 5 to 13, on a trip to the woods behind our neighborhood. My oldest brother came upon a large dead stump of a tree, looked in it, and then kicked it over. Something I've only seen in video games and movies happened. Hundreds, or possibly even thousands of mice poured out of the broken stump covering the floor of the woods. Everyone else freaked out but me. I picked up one of the mice. I have no memories of that day after that event, and I have no idea what happened to that mouse. 10 years old. One night, I was very, very sick, possibly food poisoning, and I was in so much pain that I said out loud so many times that I would sell my soul for this to stop. I didn't get sick that night, and maybe a few days later, I woke up and saw the shadow of a man on the wall opposite my bed. I blinked, and he was gone. Around this time, I started drawing a strange symbol that I've always adopted as my own. I had never seen the symbol before, and even now I can't find the exact symbol like it anywhere. It's close to some Celtic symbols, or Celtic if you want to pronounce it that way, but with a symmetrical cross going through the center. 13-year-old. Now we get to the really weird stuff. Let me preface this by saying that I have high-functioning ASD. Nowadays, in my normal adult life, you wouldn't be able to tell unless you spent a whole week with me and studied my behaviors. That's not how it used to be. I used to be a complete disruption in the classroom. I had in the best words I can describe, coming to consciousness in the middle of gym class. I was freaking out about something, and then all of a sudden, it's like I just woke up and stopped being crazy. I never felt the same after that day. It's like my autism dialed down to the absolute minimum, and I could actually perceive things that I previously couldn't. 13 years old. I was hunting with a blowgun in my dad's backyard for birds. I shot one out of the air, and it straight up disappeared. My friend and I went looking for it for about half an hour, and then when we walked back to my dad's back porch, it was lying on the ground right on the front step. High school. I'm not going to go into every little detail and small event, but what I can say throughout high school is I felt like I was doing something to people. Every person who I felt wronged me or got some sort of cosmic punishment that I felt I was responsible for. A while ago, I made a post about how all of my school bullies have horrible lives. I can't stress that enough, how horrible their lives are. People that I was close to that wronged me ended up in mental institutions. Meanwhile, it felt like I was untouchable, felt like I could absolutely not get into trouble. 21 to 25 years old. I had a string of paranormal encounters at the job I worked at. Also, in another post of mine and a YouTube, I made a video with these stories. Those ones are scary-ish. Currently, I'm 27. My girlfriend moved in a few months ago, and she's a medium. She was immediately aware of something. A mirror has fallen from the wall. A stack of Yu-Gi-Oh cards fell from the counter to the ground in front of me. We've heard knocking, and this morning I found a fingernail mark on my shoulder. Here's the spooky thing. I've been biting my nails, pretty much to the nub since I was 5. My girlfriend sleeps facing away from me, and I was wearing a shirt that covers that area, and the marked location and angle indicates somebody grabbing my shoulder from behind. It was much taller than me. I'm 6'3" and sleep on my back. Story number 17. Is this kid seeing a ghost? I, a 25-year-old male, work in a small town and work at the daycare center. Today, when a kid 4 years old was dropped off, their mother turned to me and asked me, "Who's Christopher?" And taken a bit back, I turned to her and asked what she was even talking about. It was only the normal kids that come here, and with it being a small town, I knew that she knew every kid there. She looked at me and said that her child said there was somebody new here named Christopher. I told her no. We both laughed it off, and she left. Later on, I asked the kid who Christopher was. They got really bashful and shy-like and said that he was a boy here. That was really shy as well, and wasn't shy around them, and that he was only here when I wasn't. Now, I understand that kids can be kids and could be seeing imaginary friends, but the part that I get concerned by is that he's only here when I'm not. I'm not saying it's a ghost, but I'm also well aware of the fact younger children can see things adults can't. And I'm not trying to be egotistical or anything, but I'm a practicing pagan and have spent a lot of energy protecting myself from bad spiritual stuff. Essentially, so I do find it concerning that something that only wants to communicate with the child doesn't want to be here when I'm not. So I ask, do you think this is a ghost or just a child being a child and having imaginary friends? Story number 18. More spooky shit at daycare. It's been a bit since all that happened. Never got around to talking to the other kids about if they had also seen Christopher as well. But the idea that the building is haunted hasn't left my mind, and that thought is even more prevalent after today. So the usual routine for the kids is just snack in the morning, play until lunch, have lunch, and then put the kids down for nap time. Today I took my lunch an hour later than I usually do, which I do usually just before the kids go for the nap. But this time it meant that I was there to put the kids down for nap, and I left after most of them had gone to sleep. When I got back, there was a few kids awake with the other worker there. After a while, we got the few kids that were awake to start coloring. And where we had them coloring, you could clearly see the door to the room in which the rest of the kids were napping. On this day, we had 8 kids, which is about the usual for us seeing how it's small. At the time, we had 4 kids awake and 4 still napping. While drawing, well, I was facing the door, so I could see when a kid comes out after waking up. After a while, I saw the door open. Not fully open, but come off the latch. So I got up to go see what kid it was. When I walked around to see, I could see a child's face peering through the small crack in the door. But almost as soon as I saw this, the door closed quickly. I laughed it off as just one of the kids messing around and went to go check which kid it was. When I went to open the door, it felt as if the doorknob was being held on the other side. But it was just the slightest feeling, so I didn't require any more effort than it was, if it was typical. But it still had that feeling attached. When I opened the door, I expected to see one of the kids standing behind the door because of that feeling that I did have. But when I peered into the room, every kid in there was still sleeping. I don't know whose face I saw on the door. Not because it wasn't one of the kids, but when I think back on it, I feel like the face was almost barren. Like there wasn't an actual look to it, but the way the door closed almost as soon as I had made eye contact with it is still kind of terrifying.